I'm an erratic static, a magnet for damage, trying to conduct me a love I can manage. Been so long I'm looking for a switch, feeling through the unknown. Been so long my heart's begun to glitch. You brought me out of the dark with your heart, the power lines. You got me out with the sparks from your heart, the power lines. Your eyes were power lines.
Now you're gone. I realize my love for you was strong, and I miss you here. Now you're gone. I keep waiting here by the phone, with the pictures hanging on the wall. There's an empty place in my heart. Without my Aeon, it will break apart. It won't heal, it never fades away. I'll go crazy. Now you're gone. Now you're gone. I realize my love for you was strong, and I miss you here. Now you're gone. I keep waiting here by the phone, with the pictures hanging on the wall. Is this the way it's meant to be? Only dreaming that you're missing me. I'm waiting here at home. I'll go crazy. Now you're gone.
Anything is possible. I proved it. We play on. There we go, baby. Doctor. Congrats on your shrink back, buddy. 380k viewers, 383k. What does it really matter? Honestly, Doc.
The fuck? Who you breaking out? Yeah, what's good? Who you breaking out? You need help? This is not gonna work.
That's why I put it in there. Oh, it's working now! What I tell you, I'm not gonna fucking lose. Period. This is how I fucking play. GG, bitch. Anything is possible. Anything is possible. I proved it. We play on. There we go, baby. life! I fucking hate you! Fuck you!
All the lies that you told, now the world knows that you're just a monster. It shows your true colors. I see it clearly, you're a liar. All the things you said you would do, all the lies I see through. Now the world knows your true colors. I see it clearly, you're a lies that you told. Now the world knows that you're just a monster. It shows your true colors. I see it clearly. You're a liar. Things you said you would do, all the lies I see through. Now the world knows your true colors. I see it clearly. You're a liar. Lies that you told. Now the world knows that you're just a monster. It shows your true colors. I see it clearly. You're a liar. All the things you said you would do, all the lies I see through. Now the world knows your true colors. I see it clearly. You're a liar.
Hello everybody, welcome to tonight's stream. Tonight's gonna be a banger. We have got 3 sets of games, 3 games to play. And safe to say, we're gonna have some good League of Legends. Your first day of the playoffs. We have first match starting soon-ish is Aeon going up against the Element of Wisdom. They are competing for a semi-final spot. Their series is split up into 2, so they'll play a game now and then they play a game at 10 o'clock. But between then, we are going to have one of the rematch of the Season 2 finals. Era last time competing up against ATK. So now, we're going to take a quick look at some of the players that we're going to be catching on to tonight. So we got none other than the element of wisdom. We got 0 in the top lane. We got X Blue X in the jungle. We have got X Wraith in the mid lane, 1 Rocker in the AD carry position, and Mystical TikTok in support. This team they absolutely dominate their group, coming second, only merely behind Sheepy's, definitely Sheepy's team. And now want to continue to push forward. And now with Element also having 4 teams going through to the semifinals, they're looking to get as many people as possible available to compete in the final and put a team through into Pro Division. But I don't even get time to do that, so we actually get straight into game here. So we don't even get to do this. We just straight into game, boys. We just straight into champ select here, everybody. There are no questions being asked. These teams are ready to play, ready to compete. Except now they're not, apparently. I get all hyped up, but then that happens. Big oops. Vice is too excited. Lamau. Lamau. Alright, so bit of excitement there, but as Teddy Hulk requested, I gotta drink some liquids, so here we go. Alright, the lobby's being put together again, so now it's just Cappy and I. And very nice to hear. We are actually seeing Cappy gonna be playing tonight. We'd love to see it, as he has not been able to play for his team for quite some time, so him being able to play in such a crucial moment in this team's progression is definitely coming in clutch. He saved himself for the semi-finals, saved himself for the quarterfinals. Is he going to be able to pull anything out here? But while we wait, we are going to take a look at the rosters again. So 1 Rocker in the AD carry and Mystical TikTok in the support role. This team coming out of Group 1, coming in 2nd place behind definitely Sheepy's team. And yeah, they are one of the 4 element teams that have made it through to the quarterfinals and have the highest possible chance of putting one of their teams into the Pro Division this season. But now we take a look at the boys. We're taking a look at Era Aeon here. None other than one of the top teams in Era at the moment. Victorious over Lost Time and victorious over Genesis in the Era Rivals tournament. And they are definitely looking to make an impact. They are definitely looking to take the crown this season. So, curious to see what they're going to pull out for us tonight. And now we're going to take a look at some more of their players. So there we got Nick Wolf, second best looking jungler for Era, right here. Man's too spicy on the Kayn, too spicy on the Kindred. Oof. You don't want to mess with this guy in his early game junglers. And I think it's going to be very interesting to see who they're going to be target banning for him, because he's got a champion Ocean, if anything, to play League of Legends. We have Hello in the ADC role. Loves the Xayah, been loving I believe he's been playing some of the Jhin too. Loves these really long range AD carries, very safe AD carries as well, and wants to be able to make the plays while still being in a very safe spot. Using the curtain call very aggressively, using the Xayah ultimate rather as an aggressive engage tool compared to a defensive tool. Just kind of shows what kind of AD carry this guy is. Alright. And then we have Guy, who is the top laner, Irelia lover, a Fiora lover. This man knows no bounds in the top lane. Diamond 2, pretty scary. Elements photos are their favorite champs. I guess so, you could put it that way, but I hope to Timo Shaco, Twitch, Pike, and Rengar. Another lifting song. Well, Rave kind of goes hard, man. Okay, so now we're taking a look at Cappy, the man who has returned back to his team, is finally able to be playing, going to be playing in the support role. Curious to see what he's going to be pulling out for us, and quite frankly, I'm excited. I'm excited to see if Cappy is going to use all that energy he has been storing up over the last couple of games, and now he's going to be helping carry his team. And then finally, we have Martin Mathiel in the mid lane. loves this Victor. Victor very scary right now. I believe he has picked up a little bit of the Aurelian Soul, but it's likely he is not going to be playing it because it is banned. But yeah, when winning Clappy, when losing Crappy. Alright, so we are getting into lobby. It does seem like everybody is here. So we are going to go to main screen. So I am Art. So now we are going to go to none other than the League of Legends music. Alright. Alright, supports AFK. He's finally here and he's AFK. What is this man doing? I'm sorry. I don't mean to confuse. I promise. I want to lose all my points tonight. I mean, there's a lot of games, got a lot of points to lose. So we have got the R from everybody here. So we are now in champ select, everybody. So we see the Swain is being taken away from Mattil in the mid lane. Don't like him on that champion. He has not been able to play much of it in the competitive scene. He is very much just has to watch it get banned away every single time. The Caitlyn being taken away from Rocker. Don't want Rocker on that. Very safe AD carry. Very capable of 1v9ing these kinds of games, playing from afar. And especially with the kind of team comps that they have run in the past, I think the Caitlyn is a pretty solid ban. But then the Swain is actually the Swain and the Vi are going to be taken away. So that is going to be denying a lot of the engage. And then the Amumu is clapped right back at blue. Don't like him on this Amumu. I don't think it's very obvious. I don't think it's going to ever get through. If it does, it's very unlucky for the enemy team. So now reaching through to these last few bans, it's like it could be a target. Would it be another jungle target ban, or will it be another mid lane target ban? But there's so much potential. There's so much left up as the Cassiopeia is taken away from Mattil. But one thing I think they have missed out on is they have left out a lot of guys, champions in the top lane. They've left up his Irelia, left up the Fiora, Mordekaiser being the last ban. Clearly they want to play the Fiora, and clearly they want to play these hard 1v1 champions without needing to worry about being taken to Brazil every time they want to win the 1v1. So the Nocturne is hovered. Blue X has likes playing the Jarvan as well. Did play a lot of Jarvan in the group stages, as with the Nocturne a lot of the time being banned or just not being with priority. It looks like he could be building. They could be building the very common team comp that has found them a lot of success as a team. But right now, there's a lot resting on building this team comp correctly. This is going to be one game, and then the next game will be played later in the evening. But it is going to be a Karma lock-in. There could be a Karma support, and it could be a Karma mid. Easy game. I mean, we'll have to see about that. But this time I did bring enough to hydrate, so you can't drown me, chat. Please don't drown me. Not now. Easy claps. I think what Chunky Duncan said earlier is when winning Clappy, when losing Crappy. So that surely becomes a meme. That surely sticks. That just works so well. As that is going to be a Xayah lock-in. So Xayah in bot lane for hello. He does get his comfort, does get his highest play champion. They are pulling out all the stops tonight, and they don't want to lose. Nino Cappy. Nino better than Cappy. Well, he's gonna have to. Has to be some proof here, as that is going to be the Jarvan hover. I mean, not Jarvan, Jana, and then the Rakan lock-in. So this is a very heavy engaged team comp with the Rakan and the Jarvan, and then Kai'Sa can just follow up relatively easily with the instinct. But lastly, what are we gonna see in this first pick phase? As that is an Elise pickup for Nick Wolf here. Looking to play the early game, looking to get those very good early game engages, and definitely going to be very capable of making these early game engages with the Elise Cocoon. But then we do see the ban is the Katarina, so they actually don't want X-Wraith on this Kata. Did see it and on his match history, but I don't think he has been able to play it. So very unlikely that's gonna come through as the Morgana is now taken away from the bot lane, just denying the Zaya a bit more protection, and then the Urgot taken away from the top lane. Now, with this final ban, where are they going to target? Jungle AC has been picked, but they do take away, guys, Irelia. As he is quite proficient on this, one of his highest win rate champions, one of his scariest champions to face off against. So, I think it is very likely he would have just taken the Irelia top lane. I mean, Jack's still open. I mean, with Jack still being open, there is still plenty of room for a guy to pick up the hyper carry, as that is going to be a Vladimir pick. Vladimir could go top and it could go mid, but it's very likely going to be mid lane for Mettlestate. But then the Aeon hover, this is a team comp that I'm all too familiar with for all the wrong reasons. This is what they drafted into us in the group stages. Very successful. So I believe they are looking. Picks look familiar. Yeah, I'll say the same thing, Arvin. Picks look awfully familiar. Yeah. So, last two picks coming out. What will we see? What will come out of the woodworks? This only pick being left is the mid lane. So, is actually going to be the Orianna. That is the Wombo combo team of note. That is a team which you do not want to get caught on the wrong side of. But for us, yeah, it was the Yasuo, but they did take the Orianna this time around. Got a lot of heavy AoE, a lot of big engage. So that is actually, as predicted, the Jax is going to be picked up and will hobbit and likely picked up for Guy here. Very easy pickup for him, as that is going to be a lot of scaling side lane for the side of Aeon. But now it is time for predictions. Predictions, everybody. Who do we think is going to take this game? Do we think Aeon is going to take the W? Do you think it's going to go towards the element of wisdom? So, Aeon or element of wisdom? So, let's do Aeon, elements of wisdom. I will give you guys 5 minutes to do your votes. 5 minutes. Alright. So now we see, I was here for Nino. Oh my goodness, these people out here asking for supports, but Cappy is out repping the boys. Surely you got to support the Capster. Or King Cappy. I'll just call him King Cappy. But while we're waiting for the game to load in, let's go take a look at some of their statistics in game. King Cappy, not Queen Cappy. I mean, that's entirely up to you. But as we see, we're going to take a look at Aeon's OB.GGs. We do see Guy here predominantly has been playing a lot of the AD carry, as we can see. But does like the Fiora, does like the Mordekaiser, so that was not given to him. Likes the... Never seen Kevin not play Morg, so it could be an interesting game. True. Guy can be quite scary on this Jax. Has played a couple of times in the open division as well as in the era rivals, and has been absolutely a nightmare to deal with. And then Nick Wolf in the jungle loves the Elise, Kindred, Diana, and the Maokai. These very hard engaged early game junglers, sets up for his team, puts them in a healthy spot, and then just sits along for the ride with them. Playing for the picks, playing for the one-on-ones. This is Nick Wolf's specialty and is very much capable of pulling this off. We have Era Mettlestate in the mid lane. Swain being taken away, as well as his Cassiopeia, but does get the Vladimir. 3.02 KDA, 12 games, and a 58% win rate. Vladimir can be quite scary in a side lane, especially if Jack's on the other side of the map. There's very few people that are going to be able to contest him, especially with there being Jarvan, Orianna, the Aeon. These guys are not going to be able to side lane against these tank shredders, these heavy engage one-shotting champions. Hello does get the Zaya most played champion, 56% win rate, 16 games and 2.88 KDA. That is very much what he's comfortable and he must be very happy with that. We see Cappy is taking off a lot of his comfort supports. Does not get the Soda Rom this season, or the Recon being stolen from him. and Morgana as well just not being available to him. So let's see what he can do when with all his champions off hand. But now we take a look at the other team here. Oh, Strange's Birth has requested music. Oh goodness. Alright. Now take a look at the other team. We got Zero in the top lane, sitting in silver 258 LP. Likes the set, likes this Urgot. Fist fun for Jesus. Okay. I'll queue it up and we'll play it off. We'll play it when we transition into the next match. How about that? Because I believe we are going to be getting into champs. We're going to be in game 2 in 17 seconds. No, haha. And then we got X Blue X. Mumu taken away, so he's going to be playing the job and has got a 5.4 KDA, 4 games, 50% win rate. Very good at engaging, very good at setting up for his team. Kata notably being banned, but now with the Orianna picked up in the mid lane for X-Wraith, it is very likely that they're trying to set up this massive wombo combo. And then Rocker on the Kai'Sa, just going to jump in on all this engage. Got plenty of room to get to the back line with all the hard CC and hard damage available. And then finally, before we go into game, we are loading in now. It is going to be Mystical TikTok who is playing the Rakan. Seraphine not picked up, but the Rakan heavy engage, quite a strong support right now. And I think this is something you should be scared of. This Rakan has been known to set up plays very easily, and particularly with him being at an exceptionally high win rate, it is something you don't want to give away. But now we are into game, everybody. Well, once it loads, but there we go. So we are now in game. Welcome to game 1 of the Open Division playoff matches. This is the first quarterfinal between Era Aeon and the Element of Wisdom. Is that blue from LEC? I mean, no. Alright, so looking for a bit of a cheese, but no cheese is found. Just need to switch these peeps around because these guys are not where they're supposed to be. How many points for you to carry me in ranked? Not a lot because I'm probably into you. Unfortunately, my ranked games have not been going too well, so... But it seems to just be maybe a bit of a curse for me and one of my mid laner, Chat Noir. We've been having a lot of rough games recently, but I'll carry to Ironfall for free. I mean, fair enough. But we see a lot of early vision is picked up from these two junglers. They both went dropped for the ward. They both opted for the Oracle lens. So we'll be looking to get those very early ganks off. Try and set up their lanes, set up the scaling. And with Aeon having a Vladimir and as well as a Jax, they are in a very good position to scale. But they do spot a ward. Karma denying Mystical TikTok a bit of lane experience. He does drop a ward very early on down in the bot lane. But nothing too strenuous as Blue just immediately smites. And we'll go over to his Wolves. Well, Elise is going to be just... Like, so he's going over to his Wolves. Elise will be chilling on the Raptors. I'm 2-1, I think, so far. 8 out of 10 plays with I rage quit, so GG. I feel you. I feel you. But we see there'll be a lot of early trading coming out from both sides of the map. Rocker getting hit by the Mantra Q. As now Jax does land to level 2. Ornn does not have a way out, so Jax is going absolutely ham here. Very good trade coming out for Guy in the top lane. Jumps in again. Zero is just not allowed to walk up to those minions. Jax is making sure he just can't walk up to the minions. But we do see the Elise is going to be pathing topside as well, just to kind of protect him a little bit if he does go a little bit too ham. But the Jarvan is balling. Is not spotted on the ward, but Cappy will catch it out. Flash coming out, but it's actually that is a solo kill coming out for Guy in the top lane onto this Jax. But we see the immediate on TP. So Jax is very dominant in the early game Ornn apparently, but Blue is still looking bot lane. But Cappy and Hello are somewhat playing it safe. We do see a flash coming out. Cappy does get caught out, did flash in the previous gank, so the repeat gank will take him down. but Mystical actually will pick up that kill. Wanna do it for a skin. You know about selling skins to play promos? I wish I had money for skins. I would have bought Firelight Echo ages ago. Soon it's going to be a 1-for-1 on the opposite side of the map. Jax getting the solo kill onto Ornn, picking up that Sheen immediately. Java going for the repeat gank bot lane, just playing it very aggressive. But we see Elise is going to be looking top lane. This Ornn does not have flash. So Guy will be going for it here. But does that the stun? The cocoon is available. Does that the cocoon? Does the stun comes through? Will they take down Zero? They are going to go for the full commit there. But Guy is tanking. Will he make it out? Guy does barely make it out. He made it out with just under 100 HP. So that is a successful dive coming out from Aeon here as they take down this Ornn. And once again, it's looking like he's going to have a really tough time. It's this Jax. But Amalo and Cappy do spot Mystical all by themselves. Vladimir getting Vladimir poked, so does this lane, I do believe from personal understanding that Orianna does poke out Vlad fairly easily. So Vlad is not going to look for too hard engage, not going to play for the team fight rather. And now we do see the Jarvan has just going for the reset, but top lane never looked more volatile as this Jax does have the Sheen available. Vladimir taking a lot of health there. But we see Elise is just hanging around in the bot side. Karma is looking around as well. And I'm putting Ornn behind isn't that great since from level 13 he does his job. It's not about getting him behind. It's about I don't think this is more about getting the Ornn behind. I think it's more about getting Jax ahead because he won't be able to deal with the Jax. CC dodgeable does come out, but the Jax will not be able to get the stun. But Jax is still going. This Ornn has no flash. So Zero is going aggressively, does use the Bellows Breath, but that is just going to be a very dead Jax. I mean, very dead Ornn, as Jax is now 2 for 0 for 1. This Jax is just going to be running down this Ornn. Ornn is not having a great time here. We see Elise has made his way mid. We see the Vlad does drop the ulti, does get land the cocoon and the stun. Pool coming out. Excellently executed tower dive coming out from Nick Wolf and Mott Mateel. I think 4-1 right now. As Zero is just having some net problems. He's here now. He's chilling. But we see Elise is piling bot lane. We're going to play a bit more aggressively. The Rakan does not have flash, neither does the Kai'Sa. But they will catch this Elise very early on. Because now Elise is going to opt to pick up the dragon. He's lagging. He's lagging, quotation marks. Right, so Jax is picking up a free ward there. But then we do see 3 members are on this dragon right now. That is Elise, Vladimir, and Karma. And it's going to be a relatively easy dragon pickup as the Jax is just fighting this Orianna and this Jarvan in their own jungle. Making sure everybody knows that he is a scary Jax. But now Vlad also opting for the Dark Seal start. Does get to pick up a little bit of HP and a little bit of extra AP as well. So Vladimir looking really comfortable. 10 CS lead, not losing as much health. Really, really smart call from him there. Does go in for the early trades, does land the empowered Q. But now Guy peeking over to level 7 is just going to try and look to fight the Ornn. Does bait out the Bellows Breath. But we see Mott Mateel has now since disconnected. Alright. So I believe that is justifying a pause as Mott Mateel having a few net issues. So just gonna go and figure out what's going on there. Yes, while we wait. Oh no, he's back. Never mind. I was gonna say while we wait, let's look at stats. But we don't need to look at stats. He came back very quickly. Alright. So right now, if we take a look at the gold, it's a 1,000 gold lead for Aeon right now. This Jax sitting at 3,000 gold. to the Aeon's 2,000. Very comfortably in the lead in terms of CS and in terms of kills. Jarvan and Elise are about 100, 200 gold apart, fairly even. Vlad is got a small lead on the Orianna. With about the 500 gold now, if I do the math correctly. We got Kai'Sa, who's just a little bit ahead of the Xayah. That's probably because of the CS. And support gold be support gold, but Rakan does have the little extra 500 because he did pick up the first blood. Or first kill, not first blood. And we're just waiting for the all clear, whether we can start. Alright, so we got the all clear, we got the R. Game should be unpaused soon. Alrighty, okay, 28. And I do believe this there, I'm not sure what the rule dictates for the pauses now that we're in playoffs. I think because the games are so short, they don't want to take the chance and they'd rather jump between the load shedding schedules just to make sure that they can get this game through. But
a summoner has disconnected.
we see Mamatil is disconnecting, reconnecting. His internet does not seem to be loving him today. But Jax now does not want to let this Ornn build its items. Ornn does have a flash now. Bellow's breath coming out. Alright, it's just a slight delay. Ooh, we get the pog tasty, bro. Man's licking his lips. What is he licking his lips at exactly? We don't know. But Guy holding a very dominant side of this lane is slowly building up a higher and higher CS lead. Jax does not have the teleport but has the reset, so he's going to be picking up a little bit more damage. The Rakan has made their way top. They are going to be picking up the Herald. And so it's excellent rotations. Most damage, no honors, don't worry, I get it. It do be like that sometimes, but we do see, but it's actually very sneaky coming out from Blue and Mystic here, as they are going to just pick up this Rift Arrow fairly carefree. And yeah, Rakan making their way bot lane, putting Kai'Sa in a difficult spot in the bot lane, having to fight a 2v1. But fairly safe nonetheless, so Elise is looking for a dive, as the minion wave has built up quite nicely. They've got a few cannons. Cappy does go in for the W, does not do the Magic Q. The Magic Q does go wide. Tanks a couple of tower shots. Xayah also comes down. Massive pullback from Hello, successfully evading the tower dive. Mythical Signal does burn the flash. But that is 4 members of Aeon. And that is the Cocoon from Nick Wolf. And that is now 6 kills over to Aeon, as they pull off yet another successful tower dive. Elise is just making sure also that the Jarvan does not get to keep this little lead of his, picking up a lot of his jungle creeps. As the Ornhorn is summoned, but not going to do too much. Guy will tank a tower shot. So now Vladimir has just dropped the ghost. Flashes, the Orianna flash on the spot, does tank the full Vladimir ulti, does drop the barrier. But then we get the flash E coming from Mateel, and I slain X-Ran for his second kill of the game. So as much as Herald was picked up by Wisdom, Aeon making all these very aggressive tower dive plays and not making any mistakes. All getting out fairly safely and giving a lead to the carries that need it. As Nick Wolf as well walk bot, this Kai'Sa does have cleanse, does have the flash. Blue is bot lane, and now Rakan does drop the ulti. Nick Wolf has gone to spider form, will use the repel, will get out with his life. Mantra does come out, Mantra QW does come out from Jarvan, but there's a lot of damage coming out onto Blue. Blue taking a lot of damage. Rakan trying to last hit the Xayah, but is not enough. But as we see, the absolute chaos in the bot lane. As nobody dies. Everyone getting out by the skin of their teeth. Xayah getting hit by the W. But nothing much will happen with that. Rakan and Kai'Sa have realized their defeat. As well as Karma and Xayah recognizing their defeat. As we see, the Jax does stop going for the stun. Zero having a much harder time than he would like. But yeah, Cappy now. Making sure to pick up some vision. While Guy is going to be having a bit of a rough time right now. As you see, the Orianna is going to be pathing top side. But that is a bit of an aggressive play. Jarvan also there in the top lane. Jarvan, Owen is just not walking into range. And that is going to be a shutdown for Orianna. As Jarvan will drop the Herald in the top lane. So now Elite, we do see pigs coming out for Dragon. They are very aware that there's going to be Dragon done. So Elise and Karma walk down to that. Vladimir picking up some tower plating. Ornn will get some tower plating as well in this top lane. Will not be able to get much more of the tower though, as that tower will get quite tanky quite quickly. Vladimir getting these aggressive under tower trades. Now that is 3 plates lost, but now red team picking up the second Dragon. TP coming out from the Jack. Jack does have a full Divine Sunderer now. And will stop the Jarvan's back. Guy does burn the flash. But big damage coming out of it for the Jacks, but does not get the one shot despite the Grandmaster's might dropping. So now there's 2 very low members under top tower. Jax really wants to push this in. Ornn does have the teleport. We'll be able to get back to play better easily. Mateel looking for some aggressive tower trading. Playing it just oh gosh. We see a really well executed tower dive, but actually Orianna gets out on negative HP. Getting out on just under 200 HP. Vladimir cannot burst through that barrier. So that is an unfortunate int from Mateel. But then Nick Wolf is sitting bot. They do have a ward on him, so they do know he is there. So he will be just playing. So Kai'Sa and the Rakan will be forced to play a bit safe. Jarvan is also making his way back. Xayah does not have the... Kai'Sa does not have the cleanse, does not have the flash. Xayah has the Feather Storm. But Rakan trying to keep this Elise here as long as feasibly possible. But then Jarvan is spotted by a ward from Amalo, so the ward will fall. And both junglers will leave the bot lane. So those are the most ganks I've seen bot lane, more than I see in my rank games personally. And I'm the one who's having to do the ganks. So now Jax, once again, very far ahead. It's just going to jump in, just going to proxy this wave here from the Ornn. As tower plates have fallen, Jax is making sure that this Ornn is just permanently having to defend his tower. Cannot look for those TP plays, cannot look for the ultis. But we do see could be a dive in the mid lane. Or they do know Aurea has no barrier and her ulti is just about to come up. Elise is sitting there. As Elise does get the one shot, does land onto the Orianna. But the Ornn is summoned. Blue is taking a lot of damage. Jax also taking a lot of damage. But is not able to get a kill there as Nick Wolf gets a solo kill. But it unfortunately doesn't get the solo kill. He does live. As the Vladimir drops the pool, does get out as the flash then from Mateel. Cocoon coming in onto Mystical will slow them down. As that is once again a trade of abilities but no kills. But Xayah and Cappy just getting this free tower in this bot lane. And I think right now it's just playing the side lanes. I think that's exactly what they want. They don't want to play against a team fight. They would rather play in the side lanes. Xayah is fairly even with this Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa dropped the cleanse. But that is a second tower coming out from Aeon. Aeon building that 3,000 gold lead now. As Elise and Vladimir are looking to go top lane. But actually will rather opt to go and pick up the second Rift Herald. Knowing full well that Ornn is not going to stay there much longer. But we see Karma and Xayah. Karma and Xayah are just going to be chilling here. They were looking to see if someone is going to walk in and maybe look for the cheese. But it will be no cheese, as they're just looking for their resets. While Elise picks up the Rift Herald in the top lane. Is going to give it to the Jax. Going to give the Jax more gold. Make him more of a menace in the side lane. No one has made his way bot. But Jarvan and Rakan, as well as the Orianna, are all making their way topside to deal with this Jax. As we see multiple members on this Jack. Jack does get knocked up, does get hit, but Q's over the wall fairly easily. Jarvan uses the flag and drag. But then a flash coming out from Zaya, from Rakan there. Not able to land the charm. As that is a crucial engage ultimate that has been burned. But now, playing the side lane really well. Jax is keeping them all occupied. They're burning a lot of abilities, a lot of summoners, and he is just picking up farm. Sitting at 1,300, is looking to get that walk done fairly quickly. We do see pings coming out. They want to prepare for this dragon. It is up in 15 seconds. Orianna does not have teleport. She does have the barrier, so she's dealing with that Jax. That is one less person available for the team fight. Ornn does go for the knock-up on the lead. The lead does not land. Vladimir does land into the back line. Lands the impact here onto Mystical. Mystical taking a lot of damage. Mystical is not a tank. He is quite squishy, so it is going to be very hard for any engage here. With Orianna now missing, Rakan is low. It is... Ornn is going to have to make something happen here. Orianna now makes their way back, giving the Jax freedom in the tower. Ornn is called onto the dragon. Does knock him up. Jarvan goes in for the flash. We do get a bit of lag spike for some reason. But we do see that it's actually... Who's going to take the smite? It's just healing. It's just surviving. Where's this blue team take the dragon? But Amalo and Cappy peeling in the back line. Vladimir taking down the Jarvan. Karma now laying the Mantra W onto this Ornn here. Now Vladimir and Karma are going to try and chase him down. But that is a very tanky Ornn still. As now Zaya look to chase down the Rakan and Kai'Sa. But it is just, unfortunately, not one-for-one trade, jungler for jungler. And the first dragon going over to Element. You did see Ornn did try and look for the knock-up onto the Elise in the pit, but that kind of alerted everyone to his presence, and Elise gets one shot. But now Rocker gonna be chilling in the bot lane, does not really have the capability of being the carry that his team needs right now. As Jax sitting at 157 CS, 2 kills, Elise 2 kills, Vlad 3. All these hyper carries have got their leads, they've got their setup. And right now, as predicted, this Jax is going to be a menace in a side lane. He's going to assert his dominance. But the Orianna is trying to look to see if they can play in the mid lane. But why does it keep pinging on the Jax? Hello? So Orianna is bot side trying to just deal with this Jax. But now that is going to be a lot of members of Element's top lane. 4 members top lane. The Baron is not up yet. Jax does have the Black Cleaver now. 2-item Jax. Very scary Jax. And gonna make it very scary for this Ornn as well. That Jax is gonna be looking just the side lane to get the pings onto the tower. But Elise and Zaya are just gonna be looking to try and play for the top lane jungle. So Elise and Karma making their way to get vision here. Blue walking over the wards here. But I don't think Zero realized that this Jax is not going to let this Ornn have a fun time. Jax does have the TP up, but... And actually a big trade coming out from Ornn there. The Ornn is summoned. And does get sidestepped by Guy. Guy drops the E. We see the Flash Cocoon coming out from Elise, does not land, but then does take the tower for Jax, so Jax will pick up that kill there. A back is stopped by Zaya. The Kai'Sa cannot get back in time. Cappy and Guy are just getting this tower, but we see Rakan, a lot of pings for engaging here. Rakan gets the flash quickness, but it's not just Karma and Guy. Flash coming out from Cappy. Jax just gonna jump away, but that is a scarily hard commit coming out. Slows and shields and flashes. A lot of engage burn from Element. And now Vladimir just sitting in the top lane, picking up more and more towers. Playing this side lane extremely well. And definitely getting... I see Vladimir goes in for the hard engage onto this Orianna. Orianna does join the barrier. But Mobitel does have to flash away, as now there are 3 members converging on him in the top lane. Ornn does not have the Ornn Horn, but Ghost is burned by the Vladimir, so Vladimir walk away. TP now comes in for Jax to back up his buddy. And now Vladimir gets out alive there. Back is stopped by Nick Wolf. Nick Wolf is looking for the engage. But now Jax is quite scary. Does flash, does not get onto the Orianna in time. But see, the Divine Thunder and the Black Cleaver synergy is just doing mad work for this Jax. And now that is 3 members in the top lane. Does dodge the Ornn Horn. Jax does turn the ulti. This Jax is doing way too much damage. Does turn the stun onto the Ornn, but it is not enough. That is 3 members top lane just for this Jax. So now they were able to push out mid. They have now got some pressure left for the dragon. Jax will be alive for it. But Jax does unfortunately not have the teleport. So Jax will be unfortunately forced to play with his team this time around. As you see, the Frozen Heart is being picked up there, trying to deny that attack speed. Excellent itemization coming out from the Jax here, with the Jarvan extra attack speed, as well as the Kai'Sa attack speed Zero, and the Orianna shielding too. Zero gets into the back line there, onto Cappy. Cappy getting knocked up, and Vladimir hitting a massive AoE ultimate. But at the same time, Orianna drops a 4-man ultimate, Jarvan knocking him up as well. And that is a turnaround coming out for Element, as they pick up 3 kills. Now, Jax and Nick Wolf are here. They are relatively low health bars, do not have any ultimates, do not have any engage. But Elise is looking for this. Dropping to about 4,000 HP. And we still get the freeze, apparently. It doesn't take us after the play. Why is it freezing? League of Legends, please. Alright. So Ornn does drop the Q. Elise is definitely not going to be looking to flash smite this. Does just drop the spiders. Nothing much more will happen there. Jax is looking to try and fight the Jarvan, but knows full well the Jarvan's just not going to hang around for too long. But Goldie's still very much in Aeon's favor, despite losing that team fight. They kind of played into Element Wombo, and the Wombo just is too much, not able to get off the burst as much as they would have liked. Anti-heal coming out from Ornn, denying the Vladimir. And now also the Radiant Virtue, just giving them all that little bit of extra health in the team fight. But there are a lot of pings just to make sure they get vision in the jungle. Now Jarvan picks up the scuttle for the Baron. So that is going to be a fairly free scuttle for him. Just to kind of try and make sure that they don't lose the Baron. But that is 3 members walking top lane. As Elise does drop the control ward onto the pit, walking around. Cappy and Hello are walking to clear wards. Vladimir does spot the Jarvan. I can just take a look at the vision here. They have no vision of where Elements is. But the same very much goes as 5 members of Elements are getting engaged on there. Jax is still bot lane. But there is no fight happening. Man, I'd have to eat cereal. What happened? Really good big team fight that Element pulled out of the butt. And did mad work there. So this game could end up going on longer than anticipated, as now the Baron is being pinged. So Baron will be looking to be started up by the Elise, but they are going to just try and bait it out. Do have the vision, do have the way to play around it. Elise is sitting in the bush waiting for Rakan to walk up. Rakan is desperately going to try and walk up. But Jax gonna just make sure he keeps this on here, playing and forcing the 4v4, forcing the one big engaged champion to not be in the team fight. As Momatil spots out the Rakan here. Rakan does get the CC off, does knock up the Vlad, and unfortunately will not get anything from it. But we see it actually is going to be a Baron start up for Aeon here, but they're going to be backing off it. Blue does have to get the flash. Ornn Horn is called. Vladimir is on the back onto Rocker here. Rocker taking a lot of damage from this Vladimir. We see the 5-man engage coming out. The 5 feathers come out as Amalo taking a lot of damage. As well as this Elise. Vladimir is also in a very precarious spot right now. But now that is very, very dangerous, as that's... Is this Jax? Jax is still bot. Jax is very much still bot, and he got able to get the tower. Why even have an ADC, Keck? Well, I guess the ADC just trying to do damage, but like, see, like neither of these ADCs are very able to do anything in these team fights. It's all just this big wombo combo engage. Vladimir has got a Rabadon, has got a Proto Belt, so he will be one-shotting anyone he sees. But the Barry, just the big, like a big engage, the big AoE is just doing wonders for Element here. But yeah, as Chunky says, he's the side lane Sultan. The Vladimir sitting in 209 CS, 218 for the Jax. Very much out surpassing their counterparts. As now Jax once makes his walk bot lane. Does not land the stun. Orn does respect the Jax just a little bit now, as they actually want to try and see if they can fight the Jax, but the Vladimir is just going to keep heading top lane once again. Just going to be picking up more and more gold. Vladimir now looking to build the Void Staff. I'm going to be making sure that Kai'Sa is not able to do damage, but I'm not sure if that's the person that they should be targeting right now. As Mateel does not have TB, he does have Ghost, so he will need to rotate down for this dragon, as Guy is spotted. Multiple pings come out to go for Guy here. Rakan does not have the knockup, but does have the E, so will be able to get to Kai'Sa in time. Guy just looking to bait it out, but Vladimir is backing now, looking for a quick reset. And I assume he is just waiting for the last few items. Does sell... Let's just take a look at his gold. He is... Yep, he does get the full voice off. This is a 3-item Vladimir and a 3-item Jax. You do not want to be messing with them. As Poke is coming out from Nick Wolf, as well as Cappy here. So this does look like there's going to be a 5-on-5 brawl. Jax is in the back line. Jax is behind all of them. As it does go for the Aeon, does land the ultimate. Mateel does use the pool. The AC is not able to do damage. Vladimir also taking too much damage as well. As that is a very well executed engage coming out from Element here. Using the Ori ult along with the Jarvan. Able to play this very easily. But now, because of this lead, they are able to go get the Baron relatively quickly. So Jax will just sit in a side lane. And now that gold lead is estimating it's still 4,000 in favor of Aeon. But they are not winning these team fights. They need to start playing for the side lane. I know the feeling at Aeon. True. So Orn is going to go and try and answer to this Jax now.
Blue team has slain Baron Nashor.
So now Guy will have to walk it out. As that is 5 members now with Baron. We got the Baron power play available. This game proving to be closer than most would have expected. As the early game has since now passed. And I get a hydrate. Alright, now the hydrate begins. There you go. You got your hydrates. And now I feel hydrated. Please. It has to be done, X-Tech. It has to be done, bro. But they are going to be looking for that big Wombo team fight once again. They do have the Baron. Do have that extra engage. All ultis are available for both sides. Oh, well, I can't even call it least ultimate. Wait. Element have their engage tools. Rakan tries to look for the engage, but will just walk it out. They'll pick up the top very easily with the Baron. When I die, I hear drink eat sounds. I can understand a lot. I can understand people that have that. It's not entertaining, but I have to prove I'm hydrating at least until I can get a camera. But Jarvan does look for an engage. Does not land it, but Jax is sitting in the top lane here. Just doesn't care. He doesn't care about this Orn. Jax is just gonna smack this tower pretty quickly. Will take it down, but will unfortunately die for it, as that is a big engage coming out onto Nick Wolf. Jarvan also coming out, flash coming out onto Mateel. Mateel taking a lot of damage. 3-man shot from the quickness. Zaya landing the pullback. But that is just too many strong members of Elements. And that is a triple kill coming out for Kaita. Now that team fight is exceptionally well executed from Element here. Playing really, really well in this aggression. This team fight is just too difficult to deal with. Even these side lanes just not able to do enough, as there are still fairly long timers on these respawns. Do have Baron available. We see flashes coming out. They are going to try and go for this end as quickly as possible. It is Cappy against the world here, but that will be game 1 going over to Elements of Wisdom. I never vote for these monkeys. I mean, I can't blame you. That game was. I definitely think that game. A lot of people were doubting Elements of Wisdom there, and I think it will still be an easy 1v2. Oh, man's got confidence. You see, so see, Marmatil doing the most damage in the game, but I think the Wombo combo was just too strong for them. They couldn't play for the side lanes very easily. Became exceptionally hard for them to even deal with this engage. Like Vladimir was even struggling to deal with all that hard engage. And they're all jumping on him, making sure that he is not able to get off his burst. And so that will go over to Elements of Wisdom in game 1 here, as it is not what people expected. I won't lie. The votes is very much dictated, so whoever voted for Elements, you just got a crap ton of free points. Just saying. A lot of free points. Gift a poor person. Alright. Well, now we are going to take a short break, but then we will return for the first game of the Pro Division between Lost Time and ATK. So sit back, relax, go grab a drink, grab some food. Gonna be playing some bangers, so I will see you all in the next game.
light up the sky with fire.
Tonight, I want to talk to you about violence in our cities. It's been the brutality of a mob. I will use whatever force is necessary to restore order.
Get your ass up. We know how to turn it up, turn it up, turn it up, turn it up, turn it up.
Hello everybody, I have made my return because we are going to cover some stats before we possibly get into the game. We're going to cover some of the what's currently on the patch and what they're going to be releasing in the next patch, which is coming out this week. And then we're going to cover some of the OB.GGs while we wait for the teams to get here. So let's go to the stats page. Alright, there you go. So now we are going to be taking a look quickly at seeing what is going to be strong and what is going to be weak. So now, currently this patch, so a lot of the nerfs are already installed into Thresh kind of came. Oracle Lens now works a bit more accurately, and you're getting a bunch of her buffs, but then her nerfs dropping it down a little bit more because the E just became too powerful and became too useful. Rensol getting hit with the health growth nerfs, with AP ratio nerfs, as well as a Stardust nerfs. So champion is not able to scale, is not able to play as well as he would want to into the mid game. Not can't play as safe as he would like. But then the Aurelion Soul CGUs here, so he still visually looks the same, but they changed all his abilities, so now he just works out a lot better. Personally, played the champion a couple of times, do like it quite a bit, but if you let him scale, he just does way too much damage, and I think it is almost crucial that the Shamming is banned if you're playing solo queue. Amumu getting hit with a bit of the nerf onto the Q and onto the Tantrum here. So now the Q costs that little bit extra mana as in the early game and kind of carries over all the way into the late game by 5 extra mana. The Tantrum, the E, has been reduced by 15 at rank 1 but has actually been buffed later into the game. So it kind of works out a bit more into his favor if he's left to scale. But by that point, he hasn't had as much of an early impact as he would have wanted to. Annie now, with her changes, now she starts with her passive fully stacked beginning, so can go for more of those heavy invades. The Molten Shield on Annie also got hit with a pretty nice buff. Higher AP ratio, higher shield numbers. Cooldown on it has also been reduced. The retaliation damage AP ratio has been increased, as well as the base damage being increased on top of that. Now, retaliate magic damage dealt, the E Molten Shield will not only inflict damage against opponents once per target per shield, but that means if you hit whoever's got the shield on them, it reflects back and you take a bit of damage. So can be a pretty good way to in a solo lane, but also can be really good to help peel an ADC who's taking a bit too much damage from a particular ability. Or even to possibly get rid of something like a crown, whatnot. Like if they can't damage you, or if you can't damage them, they damage you, they lose their shield, it makes it easy to kill. Now the reason why I've also been seeing Jarvan so much is because we got hit with these nice buffs. So his base armor being increased by 2. Cooldown on his W has been lowered by 1 second. The bonus AD rate, there's now bonus AD ratio on the shield strength, and the shield duration is now shorter. So it is much more implicated that they want people to build them AD and not tank, which I think is quite useful because now that brings people to try and play some interesting builds, like lethality builds, crit builds, bruisery builds, all these very interesting builds that have been coming to Jarvan, and I'm really glad he's getting as much play as he is outside of pro play. We do get Cassante getting hit with base health buff, but his health growth is also going to be increased. But the slow knockup duration and slow duration on his Ntofu strikes are both Q1, Q2, and on Q1, 2, and 3 have all been lowered. So now it doesn't stun you or slow you for nearly as long as you would like. The Pathmaker minimum stun has now been greatly reduced, so instead of 0.35 to 0.75, it's 0.3 up to 0.5, which I think is a pretty substantial nerf, as it was one of his core abilities over Engage. Now All Out has 20% more bonus resistance as loss, so he becomes a lot squishier and a lot easier to kill, so it's a lot more punishing for him to drop his ulti early on in the fight. Cassidy getting hit with E base damage nerf. Once again, this is his second time getting hit with the nerf hammer, and I think this might have done the trick because I have not seen as much Cassidy as you was used to, especially after he got his massive buffs from Rod of Ages as well as Seraphs. So hitting him also with the Riftwalker nerfs, so now the damage has been lowered by 10 at all ranks. Nothing has been changed with the AP ratio or the maximum mana ratio, but also his bonus stacks have been nerfed by 5 at all ranks, so just so he doesn't become too much of a menace into the late game. Speaking of late game, we have Kale actually hit with a nice buff. The Exalted bonus movement speed is now, instead of it being 8%, has been moved up to 10. So it's a lot more, she's able to keep up with her targets or cut out her targets fairly easily. So could be seeing Kayle in some of these games in the future. Now her E does get a bonus AP ratio increase by 5. And now scales really, really nicely. So it's kind of incentivizing AP and AD builds for Kayle. Kayn now getting hit with a bit of a buff to Shadow Assassin. Red Kayn being too dominant, too strong, especially in this Bruiser tank meta. Blue Kayn needs to be more incentivized, and I think a lot of junglers just don't go him because they feel he doesn't do much damage. But safe to say, I think that Bronze 2 Kayn one trick can show you how much a Blue Kayn can really do. So with all these extra buffs to his passive as well as to the Reaping Slash, it is becoming a much more dominant and favored pick by a lot of the Kayn one tricks. LeBlanc getting here with a bit of a buff, so now her mana regen is higher. The mana regen growth is now higher. The Q cost is now 50 at all ranks. The Mimic cooldown has been reduced by 10 seconds at level 1, and then kind of evens out by 30 seconds at level 3. So kind of just incentivizing the early game LeBlanc, but then evens out late game. So LeBlanc giving LeBlanc a little more strength in the early game, but not in the mid game. Now Lee Sin, this is a buff which I think a lot of people have overlooked. So Lee Sin getting a bonus AD damage bonus, like a 10% increase on bonus AD on his Q, means he's gonna do a lot more damage. Gonna be scaling a lot nicer with those AD items that he builds early game. Resonating Strike, now the minimum has also been scaled up quite nicely. And I think it is definitely going to be very, very scary when a full lethality AD Lee Sin absolutely one-shots you with just one Sonic Wave and Resonating Strike. Then Tempest now does get its damage greatly reduced, but the slow has been increased by 20%, going up to 80% slow at max rank. Kind of incentivizing more of those heavy brawls, those late game team fights where you got to try and be useful for your team, where Lee Sin's main use only became with his kick. So now with the Tempest being a lot just slow, it's going to be very easy for him to keep on his targets. And now we get hit with the Trundle buffs. He gets hit with a small buff on his W, where he just gets 2 seconds reduced on his W at all ranks. And then important information, which is very important information, now his movement speed scales with, and now his dance scales with his movement speed. So he now, if he fast boy, he's a dancing boy. He dances real fast. Now we get Zac getting hit with the W AP ratio nerfs. Zac was just doing way too much, especially with the Demonic Embrace Rush, and still likely going to be picking up the Radiant Virtue. But at the end of the day, AP Zac was just too dangerous. So kind of nerfing that AP scaling just a tiny bit, as well as the base AD damage on top of that. I think it's pretty decent for Zac. Getting hit with, we're not going to take a look into the items. We have covered the items quite a few times, but Radiant Virtue now getting hit with the ability haste removal. Humble Glaive now is less useful for ranged champions, much more useful for melee. But now we are going to take a look quickly at what is currently going to be coming in the future. So we do start with the Cho'Gath. So the mana cost on Cho'Gath's Q is being reduced by 10. The Q damage has been buffed overall by max rank. It is increased by about 20 extra damage. His armor growth has been increased. His W mana cost has been reduced greatly, just to kind of ensure that the better laning phase of a Cho'Gath. Alistair getting hit with another buff with his now passive healing him 7% instead of 6% of his max health. Q AP ratio has been buffed by 10%, and the W AP ratio has been increased to 100% of his AP. So we could be seeing some AP. Alistair's coming out soon. But then Ari getting hit with the base HP buffs, extra 20 extra HP, higher base armor. R cooldown has been reduced by 10 seconds at all ranks, which I think is very much needed. R does feel like it's sometimes long, but in the early game, but in the late game, it is fairly short. So this is a fairly decent buff for her. Alba getting hit with the WCD buffs. Going to be removing 2 seconds off every level up until max rank. Instead of being 10, max is now 8. The attack armor ratio has been increased to 15%, so more armor means more damage from his W. And now the cone armor the cone armor ratio has also been increased 15 to 20%, so Malphite definitely be incentivizing more of that armor building. Viego, now they've buffed him quite nicely. His now passive can crit. Well, they're going to buff him, so his passive will now be able to crit. which is pretty nice considering it does heal you for a percentage of the health damage you do, I think. And now the R, the 3% missing HP on his R is now increased to 5% missing HP per 100 bonus AD. So more AD he builds, the more healing he is going to do. So he's definitely going to be quite scary. Aphelios getting hit with a nice attack speed buff. Well, passive attack speed, instead of being 7.5 to 45, it is now 9 to 54. Gives him a little bit more into the early game and nicer into the late game, so he can build more of those AD items rather than having to force himself onto attack speed. Senna getting a bunch of changes, a lot of math. Her attack speed ratio has been increased from 0.3 to 0.4. The R cooldown reduction, the RCD has not been changed. It actually has been increased. But now it scales, it scales 150% of her bonus AD, which is 15% more than what it originally had. But now, wait, hold on. And now the R just general CD is now, instead of being 160, 140, 120, it's now 140, 120, 110. So that was the damage number. So the damage numbers being buffed and the cooldown on the R being buffed as well. So Senna's going to look like she's going to be a very nice spot now. Now Riven getting a small buff, will be getting a small buff to her passive, where she gets bonus damage scaling with her total AD, and it scales linearly from 1 to 18 instead of at every interval levels. She'll be quite strong now. And her passive will also be doing damage to towers. Only has 50% effectiveness, but it will still be quite useful for her to just kind of get the extra side lane pushing. But now passive sects will show under their health bar, but only 2 ribbons. Only Ribbon will see them, which is, I think, is pretty nice for her. And I think just all in all, giving Riven a better split pushing power. Then Orianna getting a buff to her base armor. That is a 17 to 20 armor, which is going to be quite nice. Her W mana cost has been reduced by 10 at all ranks. So those buffs looking pretty decent so far, I won't lie. So we now look at the nerf. So Samira will be getting hit with the nerf hammer. Her R lifesteal effectiveness will be dropped to 50% from 66. The movement speed she gets per stack, instead of it being 3.5, it is now scaling. So it's now 1 scaling up to 4%. So will even out, but her early game won't be as deadly. She loses a bit of HP, and her EAP ratio has been reduced from 100% to 70%. I don't know why that's even removed. It doesn't make sense. She doesn't build AP. Now Jack's now the E dodge increases total damage instead of base damage. But now the E damage will also now be, instead of scaling more with AP, it's now got a higher AP ratio. It's also scaled with 8% targets max HP instead of just 4%. The R on hit damage has been nerfed by 20 in early game, but scales up to 160 back in the late game. Armor first jam hits, instead of it being 25 to 65, it's now 15 to 65. So hitting Jackson's early game, which is where he shouldn't be strong, I think is pretty decent, but still kind of evening out and scaling back into the late game. Jackson's Q damage, now so it's 70 to 270 plus 2.3% of his max HP. Now it'll be 70, but it's going to be 2 to 4. So buffing more of Jax's late game. His E cooldown has been greatly increased by 4 seconds. No, this is not Jax anymore. This is Maokai. So E damage on Maokai does make sense. The E cooldown also makes sense on that nerf because it's just he's able to get just too much vision with it. Maokai's EAP ratio has been nerfed quite hectically per slow. So now instead of being 4% per slow per 100 AP, it's 1% slow per 100 AP. So kind of not really pushing too hard for that full AP Maokai. I'm much going to try and push him to attack. At least getting hit with the base Q damage nerf, now 10 at all ranks up until max rank, which will be a 30 full nerf. Mumu's health growth will be and armor growth will be nerfed again, along with his W damage being hit with the nerf hammer. Odia's HP growth getting nerfed, base armor getting nerfed. Q on hit ratio, instead of being 30% of bonus AD, is now 25%. The R slow is not as bad. It's been you can now move 5% faster in there. Jarvan's follow up. So now Jarvan gets hit with the nerf size cooldown. His W will be increased from 8 to 9. AD ratio has been reduced from 80 to 70. Anivia getting health growth. So 96 to 92 has been reduced. Armor's growth has also been reduced. Azir mana cost has been nerfed. Well, actually, it's been buffed. So now it costs less in the early game, but more in the late game. That'll be recharged. That'll be 96, 96. So now W is gonna be hot, gonna not recharge as fast, but will cost less. But no, wait, he starts with less mana. My goodness. But he ends up late game with more mana, so that kind of works out for him, as this is just nerfing his early game. Bunch of nerfs to champ adjustments to Thresh again. Kind of scary, like Thresh's changes, so. But that's a lot of math that my brain does not want to do just yet. So now they're giving more health regen to Relic Shield and Steel Shoulder Guards, kind of incentivizing that it is picked up by tanks rather than enchanters. But if anything, I think that's just gonna further enhance the need to build it. I mean, Soraka's will be able to regen a bit more HP, so I do think that might work out better for them. Spectral Sickle and Spectral Thief will get nerfed to their mana, so yeah, a lot of these supports that would be using the Spectral Sickle or the Spell Thieves would be rather opting to the Shield Guard, as it gives more HP regen rather than not as much of a mana cost deficit. Change to Experience, changes to Treasure Hunter, so now instead of being 70 plus 20 per stack, it's now 50 plus 20 per stack, so it's 100 gold less total. So now Demonic Clear Speeds now has a damage cap of 40 damage per tick against monsters, which I think is a perfect nerf for demonic abusers in the jungle. Hopefully we're going to see more of that in the future. And then we got some changes to clear speed, so the heal on jungle camps has been increased. The HP on Gromp has been lowered. Rift Herald no longer has a soft reset state. Companion AP ratio has been nerfed, and Doran's Shield's base regens. I mean, 6 HP 5 seconds now, 4 HP 5 seconds, so just adjusting the amount of healing that a lot of these items give. But that is going to be a lot of the nerfs and buffs that have been covered. So we should see ourselves hopping into games soon, as C-Lot is putting their custom together. So we'll close that. Take a look at some of the ranks and the games that these guys play. So Papa Smurfy sitting at gold 3, likes the sound of the GP. Mad Demon on sitting at diamond 4, likes the Amumu, Maokai, and the Volley Bear. C-Lord Platinum 275 LP loves the Cannon and the Cassidon, as well as the Victor, but not as high a win rate on the Victor, so rather could be opting for the Syndra with a higher win rate. Tigger Diamond 2 46 LP has been climbing quite well this last couple of weeks, sitting at 72 games, 56% win rate on Ezreal, 60 games on Caitlyn with a 48% win rate, and 44 games with Xayah on a 55% win rate. But Kai'Sa actually being one of his best performing AD carries, 62% win rate, 3.14 KDA with 26 games. So maybe Kai'Sa could be the pick here from Tigger. The Snack spamming the Annie, spamming the Maokai and the Renata, as well as the Karma. But he's been playing these really strong and aggressive champions. And with Annie being so strong in the meta, I'm very, very sure that is going to be banned out. Got the supports Crew, Daunt, Young Zinc, and Bilbo Sagas. Schiller here, making sure they're ready to play. And now we go take a look at ATK. So these guys, they don't need an introduction, but they always perform up to their best. We got ATK Jetlust sitting at Platinum 4, 80 LP. We got ATK Jetnot. ATK Jetnot. I'm losing my words here. ATK Not sitting at Platinum 2, 4 LP. Has been struggling a little bit more in rank this season, but has been enjoying the Maokai as well as the Wukong. But it's very unlikely we're going to see those two champions picked up today. Slayer Eye sitting at Gold 1, 24 LP. Been enjoying the Akshan as well as the Victor. The Cassidon or the Victor gets 100% win rate with 1 game between them. Klax likes the Tristana, likes the Xayah, likes the Jhin. These are some of his favorite champions. Also likes the Twitch. This man can play almost any AD carry. So very curious to see what he's going to pull out here. But we have got ATK Unique sitting at 34 LP on Masters. Spamming the Rakan as well as the Karma. But he hasn't spamming as much of the Annie. But it's still very, very dangerous on this Annie. Nami, 15 games, 40% win rate. But Lulu, 5.16 KDA, 9 games at 67% win rate. So that is very likely a ban that could come out towards him. But now speaking of the teams, now we get to take a look at them. So now we got the boys here. We got the 80k lads all here, all chill, and we got Jetlust, the charismatic looking man in the top lane. We got the Giga Chad in the jungle. We got the next Mr. Olympia in the mid lane. Clax, the next best South African AD carry in the bot lane, and Unique, the future challenger South African support. Well, who's not living in South Africa anymore, unfortunately. But he is lavishing in the Dutch ping, so he's very capable of 1v9ing on this ping. And now we take a look at our boys here. We see Lost Time. Okay, I gotta recenter this, so let's go to... Where is the blend? Okay. Center to screen. There we go. Okay. So we see these are the Lost Time lads. They don't need much of an introduction. Papa Smurfy in the top lane here. Loves the Aeon. Very scary man. Someone called him the TFT master. Someone called him the founder of the Aeon Horn. But we don't have any confirmation of this. So curious to see what he's going to be putting out against Jetlust this game. Then we have Demilon in the jungle. Demilon sitting very comfortably at Diamond 4. Curious to see if he's a Mumu or his Maokai, and even Volibear are led through, likes these heavy team fight junglers, and definitely wants to look to make an impact for his team. Then we have Sealard in the mid lane, loves the Yone, and quite frankly, is quite scary to deal with in the mid lane. And I think if you give him any of his comfort, he will walk away with a lead. So curious to see what he's going to be pulling out against Slayerai. Alright. We have got the invitationals to the lobby now, so we are going to just finish off before we head into game. Alright, so it does appear that there is going to be a sub playing. So we are going to get Luna Lavender, who is going to be subbing in for Calaxia. So does that mean, so I will have to try and look up that OGG for them quickly. But we see Tigger in the bot lane, founder of Era, loves the Ezreal, man does not need an introduction. If he gets given his comfort, he can run away with the game, particularly if he's given this Ezreal. Then we have Lesnack in the support role, but also been spamming the Annie. So this does seem like it's going to be a point of contention for bot lane. And curious to see what either of these teams are going to bring to the table. But right now, we are going to look at Luna Lavender's OP.GG, see what they play. Real quick. Just real quick play, eh? Okay, so. And there you go. So now we go look at the stats page. So we do have Luna Lavender. Luna Lavender sitting at gold 4, 61 LP, likes the MF, likes Twitch, Caitlyn, and the Jhin. So curious to see where that's gonna go. And I think very similar champ pool to Clax as well. Sick. Luna Clax anyway. We're curious, but with Clax and Luna sharing a very similar champ pool does make it very easy for Unique to stick to the champions that he knows best. But now, with all this said and done, we are going to be heading to main screen now, as they are going to be hopping into Champ Select fairly soon. Alrighty. Okay, cool. So now we're just getting a 1 second clear up from Sealard here. And then should be heading into Champ Select soon for this banger of a series. Ooh. Luna, thank you so much for the follow, Luna Lavender. Lovely to have you here. Hope you enjoy your stay. Well, for the small stay you have before you play your game. We do get the all clear, do get the ready from Papa Smurfy. Thank you for the follow, Local Exorcist. As now we heading into Champ Select. As we see the Karthus is going to be taken away from Slayer Eye as well as Not, the Amumu being taken away from Demilon, Wukong being taken away from Not here. I feel like both these teams know exactly what they ban. The Zac being taken away from Demilon. And then do a poll for winner. Oh no, I'm gonna do a poll. Don't you worry, my guy. I will do the polls. So I will do predictions. You'll get 10 minutes. Right, so we see the Ashe actually being banned away. So the Ashe support taken away from Unique. Unique did very, very well onto this. And I think it's something that is very scary for Lost Time. So now we get ATK and Lost Time. So let's start the prediction. Oh wait, no. I need to make sure it is 10 minutes. You guys will have 10 minutes to do your predictions. Alright. So we see the final ban being the Maokais. They do target our Demilon quite a bit. Does not get any of his comfort junglers. Does not get anything that he wants to play. So curious to see what he's going to be pulling out for us. As Papa Smurfy drawing out these picks as long as possible with the Vi. So that is going to be the Vi coming out for Demilon in the jungle. Still a very hard engaged tank. Very dangerous, very scary. So I think he's going to be very careful how they're going to play around this. But yeah, you will have 10 minutes to do your points, to vote for your peeps. And I know some people in chat are particularly poor after the last game. So that is going to be the Lilia pickup for Not in the jungle. Has played this before and did exceptionally well on it against Era Genesis. I know 10 minutes is a long time. I gotta do it because you gotta get through this and then you gotta get through the wait time. So last game, so this is game 1 of ATK versus Genesis. I mean ATK versus Last Time. But Wisdom took game of Aeon. So now they will be game 2 at 10 o'clock. And possibly game 3, depending. We'll see how it goes. But we do see that it's going to be the Tristana lock-in for Lavender in the bot lane. And then Zeri actually being picked up by Tigger. Is it going to be the signature Zeri Lulu? Have they been practicing this? It is indeed going to be the Zeri Lulu coming out for Tigger and Lesnek. Oh, this is a bot lane that has been long since picked at a lot of competitive scenes. And I think it's just too strong. It's very aggressive, but then now Tristana and Nami also have the similar aggression to that of Nami Lucian. So then we see the Silas being taken away from Sealot in the mid lane. And definitely showing some respect for that. And as we see the last, what is going to be this ban? It's going to be the Urgot being taken away from the top lane. Don't want to see that on Jet Lust. Jet Lust is very scary with the Urgots. Is Tigger international? So Tigger is the international player for Era, yes, and the international player for ATK is Unique. So each have an international player in the bot lane. So I'm going to look to make that a little bit extra difference with the better ping. As we see, that is going to be a Syndra ban coming out for Sealord. Don't want him on any of these carry magic damage abusers. Oh, he became international fairly recently. From what I collect is that he's playing in the Netherlands. Does have the 11 ping, so they do a ping check. We'll see when they do a ping check because they generally do it just before the game, just to ensure where they're playing from and when they're playing from. And I don't even think he needed the ping, to be honest. Man was doing well in Masters anywhere in South Africa. As that is going to be the Jax ban for the top lane. Don't want the Jax. Don't want that hyper carry. As there's actually Caitlyn bot lane. So that is actually going to be a Tristana mid. That is going to be a Tristana mid coming out for Slayer Eye. Very aggressive mid lane. And can easily oppress these scaling mages that want to just sit back. So I'll do the ping check. So what they do is they ping their ping and then it pops up in chat. So if the game is spectated, they can see everyone's ping was at that point. It's kind of just to prevent more than one international player. So we'll see that coming through once we load in. But that is going to be a Scion lock-in for Papa Smurfy, his most comfortable champion. Very easily going to be sitting, chilling, farming in that top lane. And then we got a Vex actually hovered for the snack here. which I don't know is a pretty. I would say this is a very good pick into the Tristana as well as the Caitlyn trap, or the Caitlyn Caliber Neck can kind of punish these dashes. So now with the Darius being hovered for Jet Lust, is it going to be the Jet Lust Darius? It is. It is indeed going to be Jet Lust on the Darius. He plays like very, very aggressive, very oppressive in the lane, and is one of the champions that can also very easily deal with Sion. Since when he's unique, he moved a month ago to Netherlands. I mean, that's the best place to move. Like, you get like the lowest possible pick. Like, it is an amazing like achievement to be able to move there, and I think moving there also will benefit his league career because he's now chilling in Masters very comfortably. But I would definitely want to say he can get a Challenger. I will say without any doubt that he could easily hit Challenger. So now we have got through the champ picks, and now we are hoping to see who's gonna back their boys, where the points gonna be going, who's going to win. Is 80K gonna continue this win streak? Are they gonna carry it all the way to finals once again, or will Lost Time look to disappoint? So from what I know, Yellow is he did have a team in Pro Div. He was a part of 5 Lonely Men. So like his name is Bullhorn Legend. So he played 80 carry, but they lost. Remember, Kiddo has lost to a no-name era team. Sarai and Luna get the bread this game. I mean, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, so can't say no-name team. We'll speak to their team. So they did lose to Genesis. Actually, they lost to Era Genesis in a best of. I think it was a best of 1. I'm not sure. I think I remember it was best of 1, but that also secured Genesis' 3rd place spot in the Pro Div, who will be actually facing off against Royalty this week sometime. And one of my mods just chilling here, making sure everyone it's his team. It's my mod's team, everybody. It's tomorrow. Oh, I didn't even know it was tomorrow. And I'm gonna need to get onto that and set up that cast. Royal vs Gen is their game tomorrow. Tomorrow at 8:30. Alright. I've got tons of points on 80k, so if Lost Time wins, then Lost Time supporters get a nice point bonus. Wait, how many points did you put on? Okay, the points haven't reflected just yet, but decent amount of points. So that game will also be streamed here tomorrow. Royalty versus Genesis. So we'll be streaming that 8:30 tomorrow. So be sure to catch that. Oh my goodness, that is a lot of points. So that is 22,000 points on 80k from Floppy Pancake, but that is he's trying to spread his wealth. I know that is like a 1/5 of what he has available to him. So, but at the same time, you place your bets. Now we have got 40 more seconds till we load into game. Team comp wise, I really like the aggression that comes from 80k's team comp. The Tristana jumping in, Darius will be looking to heavy engage onto the Scion. Likely going to be running the Ghost, looking to get that early level 2, looking to oppress the Scion and show that he does not scale. Bro, I put 11k on Aeon and man loses. Rip, I missed that game sadly. What the fuck, mate? Why are you voting against the boys, you greedy tonsil? Well, I mean, he's back. I think he's trying to spread the wealth. And I think I want to see how the Zeri Lulu goes. I have not seen them play this on a competitive stage, but have probably been playing it in their solo queue games. So, hope to see what the Lulu and Zeri are capable of in this bot lane. I know, so if you win, you guys get more points. I literally get nothing out of this. Yeah, that's just how Matthew is. But now we are going to be heading into game. Into the loading screen. So we got to see some nice skins. Okay. Let's hope they don't load in too quickly because I want to see the skins. I want to see what skins these guys have. And I'm going to cover them real quick. I'm going to blitz through them as soon as they come on screen. Alright. Well, as soon as they come on screen for you guys. Alright, so already we've got the Nightbringer Lulu for Not. We've got the Academy Darius for Jet Lust. Gotta love that. Okay, so why is it not loading? There we go. It should be fine. And then we got Rocket Girl Tristana in the mid lane. We got Prestige Space Groove Nami for Lavender. Is running the fleet footwork. And then that is going to actually be unique on the Caitlyn. So this is very interesting. This is very, very interesting. Nami runes, maybe they restart. I mean, Nami could have intentionally taken it, so remake fleet on Nami. Alright, so time controls, chat, objective, chat. So now controls with Z, there you go, we get the zoom. So
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Nami runes made it. So I do not believe it is not going to be a restart, so no stress, thank you. So
30 seconds until
So
minions
Luna
spawn.
Lavender is on the Nami with fleet footwork, and Unique is actually playing the Caitlyn. So he's not going to be support this time around. So it's going to be very interesting to role change coming out there. But we see Darius being in the top lane, going to look to play very aggressively. Everything is in order, so that's very nice for me. We got Demon Vibe for Demulon. We got the really clean white chroma for Lilia.
Minions have spawned.
Nanostraw's lag. It's Korean TEC. Alright, so have they played Fleet Footwork on Nami? Like, genuinely? Or are you guys memeing me? Like, genuinely. But then we see, so that is going to be Zeri, the bot lane. This is the first time Tigger is being seen playing this on the South African stage. And curious to see how it's going to go for him. But Sealard on the Vex here also. Haven't seen much of him on the Vex, so curious to see what he is going to bring to the table with it. And now Luna Lavender going in for some early trades. But as we predicted, Jetlust will just make sure that this Darius does not have a fun time. He's going to get 5 stacks of bleed. Slayer Eye goes in for the jump, does get level 1. The level 1 jump, sorry. But again, that Murphy not going to be having a fun time in this top lane with Darius constantly oppressing him. Is trying to get the wave to shove in. Luna Lavender taking a bit of damage from the snack there. But now Papa Smurfy is not allowed, he's not being allowed to farm. Jetlust taking over to level 2, does land the E. That is 4 bleed stacks. And now Jetlust desperately trying to put this sound in a very bad spot in the early game, but Tigger and the Snack. Oh, Tigger getting the Snack in a really good trade onto Luna Lavender here. As now Darius level 3 to this level 2 of Papa Smurfy here. We'll land the E. We'll get the 4 bleed stacks, 5 bleed stacks. And now desperately trying to get the trade off in time, but that is going to be first blood going over to Jetlust on this Darius. Really making sure that this Scion does not have a fun time. We'll TP directly back to lane, but Darius. Yeah, Darius picking up the extra 300 gold and now in the lead in the top lane. But Luna Lavender going for aggressive trades. Demulon is bot lane, but is now going to be spotted on a ward. Lilia is also in the bot side, is going to be picking up that little scooted crab. As Demulon was smited away. As there's a bit of a sneaky steal coming out from him. But now a little bit more calm, but Scion gonna just look to just freeze this wave by his tower. But again, Darius can just be very aggressive. Does encounter Demulon by looking for the charge, does not hit it. Lilia going in for some more aggressive trades. Demulon taking a lot of damage, knows that that can walk up, can't walk up, as now the Darius does have a bit of the prior there, but there's a big engage coming onto Demulon here, does get knocked down does have the flash, but not able to get there in time, as that is going to be a kill going over to Slayer. Now Jetlust getting the 5 lead stacks once again, does drop the Ghost, does have the Sheen. Sion just going to try and get the wave. But Papa Smurfy will barely die to the bleed, as now that is 2 kills going over to this Darius. And it's just Darius looking mighty dominant in this top lane. But Tigger and the Snack being forced under their tower, specifically with the Caitlyn getting a lot of the kill pressure due to her range. Q does land a lot of good damage coming out from Unique. Jetlust tanking a little bit more of tower than he would have wanted to. But now Nami, the fleet footwork is somewhat coming in handy, I imagine, as you see Tristan does go in for the leap onto Sealord here. Does get the bomb down and will win the trade. But yeah, Slayer is not letting Sealord have a fun time. As Slayer also has a red buff now, so we'll be doing that extra little bit of tick damage with the auto attacks. And it's just zoning off Sealord off his wave. But see, Rocket Jump does come out. Fear coming out from Vex. Just Sealord taking runs of these bad trades. And I think looking with now Demion looking there as well. There is no ward, so Demion does look for the engage. No, the Rocket Jump is not available, so Slayer is in a lot of danger here. Vex also does come out, but Flash under tower. Very last minute Flash does save his life, as now Luna Lavender has made his way mid. The E does land onto Sealord here. Sealord does get flashed on by Not here, but will not pick up the kill, as that is a flash for Flash, not flash for Sealord Flash. And now I think this is something that needs to be careful. Sealord is very low, does not have the mana, so there's 3 members mid looking to possibly get some rotations in. But now Tigger and Lesnack pushing out this wave, taking out that extra bit of CS, knowing that this Caitlyn is by herself. But yeesh, okay, there's still a fairly even CS between the 2 top laners. But Darius sitting on that Sheen, very comfortably able to use and abuse Darius. We're not. So now Q does land the pull. Trading and doing a lot of damage, but does tank a tower shot. Maybe getting a little too greedy on this Darius. Vex clearing the way relatively carefree with the extra range that she has. Tristana gonna try and keep the wave nearer to her tower to go for the aggressive jump-ins. But now Papa Smurfy does get slowed by the Darius. Shield will tank a bit of it, but the apprehend does land. And now that is 5 stacks onto, as that is actually going to be a shutdown going over to Papa Smurfy, and will not die to the bleed. So that will be a solo kill coming out from Sion onto Jetlust. Which was pretty good for them. But Lesnack and Tigger go for some great break. Juice drop the exhaust. Polymorph coming out. Zeri does that for, does use the ultimate. Unique coming through in the flash. Luna Lavender is trying to tank it, but it's just not too much. This Zeri Lulu is running the spot lane down. But the bubble does land. Cleanse flash forward coming out from Zeri here. Not is going to try and get some kills here. A lot of damage coming out onto Zeri, who will hop over the wall. Does not look like Tristana will pick up that kill onto Tigger. Does not look like that he was going to be getting out of that alive. But John picking up the kill in the top lane, but then Zeri and Lulu going in for the trade kill, taking down both the Nami and the Caitlyn, but then handing over a nice bit of gold to the Tristana again. As I can imagine the Tristana looking for these roams, looking to pick up a little bit more gold so he can try and all in this Vex. But one thing for sure, Tristana mid lane does have pretty good shove potential. Very easily pushes waves, can look for the roams very frequently. But he's going to be looking for the reset here. Likely does have enough, I think, to pick up the Gale Force. Don't know for sure. But Vex has reset now. Slayer I'm gonna look to shove this wave in once again. Very easy with Tristana. But now, Unique and Lavender are clearing out some vision onto the dragon. And we'll get some free plating as Lulu goes for the Q. Nothing lands. Vi is there. Lulu Lavender does not have the flash available. Will drop the W, will drop the tidal wave, but the Vi does use the cease and desist. The Lulu Lavender will fall. Unique is in a lot of danger. Does get by the Vi Q as well. But Lulu ulti coming out onto the Vi. Maybe intending to knock up Unique here, but it just does not go their way. As Not is sealing away camps. Darius is looking to steal away some more, no, gets his red buff, looking to steal away some camps. Is going to be starting up the Rift Herald as Demulon is going to be starting up the Dragon. So just trading out objectives. But this is very, very easy to play around the top side for ATK. Jetlust is in a very commanding spot in the top lane. Ulti coming out onto Tigger, who is by himself, but that is going to be Dragon pick up for blue side, but that is going to be Herald picked up for red side, and we'll take the Herald mid. As Unique now yoinking away Legrom. Well, Slayer and Not are going to be mid lane, are going to be pushing this out, going to pick up some tower plating, putting a lot of faith onto this Tristana here. Will rocket jump over the wall fairly safely. But yeah, right now, looking relatively safe in terms of laning. Tristana not taking any big risks. Does have the full Kraken Slayer now, so it can be a lot more oppressive with the poke in lane. But I don't think Darius is going to make the same mistake twice. Is not going to try and fight the Scion under his own tower. So he's just going to walk away relatively carefree. But Luna and Unique do get some tower plating, do get 2 plates, which is very nice for them, sitting at a comfortable 2,000 gold lead. Now Vex does go in for a nice trade onto Slayer, I hear. They're taking a lot of damage, but is not spotted, so Unique. So Zeri is looking for the hard engage. Wards do come out. Zeri does have the ultimate available, but they do not know Not is here. Very cute. As you see, the Apprehend does land for the Darius. Getting this Nash Ray does get the full 5 blood stacks, but Not will get spotted, will walk away. But yeah, that is 5 blood stacks for this Darius. Once again, doing a lot of damage to Papa Smurfy, but actually taking a brunt of the damage back. Is not actually able to heal as much due to the Bramble Vest pickup in the early game. 3 members of ATK are looking to reset. Slow does land onto the Lulu, but it does not appear that anything will be done. And I was going to look for a very easy reset here.
I'm not messing around.
But Tigger and the Snack looking comfortable, looking safe. Zeri does have the full shield bow and kind of evens out the gold, as now the Tristana picking up some more attack speed, some more damage. Lilia going for the demonic embrace rush. Darius looking like he's building the Triforce. The little ball does not hit Tigger, unfortunately, so we don't engage there. But Lilia is still looking for a play bot. Tristana is going to be roaming down as well. But Luna Lavender will be going to clear out this ward. Does know that Slayer and Not are there. Does land the bubble onto the Lulu, so we'll clear up that ward relatively carefree. A lot of warning pings coming out onto the lower side of the map. Obviously knowing that the Tristana has roam, Tristana does go for the leap in. Really good trade there. Does get the flash, does get the jump reset, does drop the ulti, and that is now Slayer on a killing spree. Able to get the reset off, able to get that last auto. And that is a very fed Tristana now, as Lilia looking to fight this Vi. But Vi does have the item advantage with the Black Cleaver. But now Jetlust and Not are catching out Demulon here. They will just yoink away that blue buff relatively carefree. Scion is not able to help. Scion did go mid rather. Doesn't try and help out the wave. As pings for assistance coming out, but Lily and Darius do work out relatively carefree. Lulu and Zeri are looking to reset, but there is a ward. They are resetting on a ward, so bubble does land. It's a double bubble. The massive tidal wave does come out. Unique does drop the trap. It does land onto Lulu. Lulu does drop the ulti onto the Zeri. Zeri does also drop the ulti as well. Is just trying to do her best to get damage off. The Caitlyn is also got the crit, got the headshot available. But that will come out in favor of ATK. As they are going to look to push the tower, but do spot the Vi on the control ward. Vi does have the cease and desist available, but the slow from the 9 counter does come out. Demon does run the flash. Cease and desist coming out onto that Tristana there. But flash is coming out, and there will be no further action in the bot lane. So Lilia looking to clear out her bot side as well. But Jetlust does have a full Triforce to the Scion's Sunfire Cape. Curious to see how that 1v1 is going to go. I do want to say it is very Scion favored at later in the game, but right now Darius is looking very comfortable. Now we get things coming out. They want to start this dragon. They want to get onto the dragon really quickly. The Apprehend does not land on the Darius. Vi clearing out some control wards. Lulu going to be backing up his back as this Tristana does go for the rocket jump. Does go in. But we see the flash coming in. Flash polymorph. But the ulti is not enough as Vex will pick up the shutdown onto Slayer Eye. As not does land the E, does land the sleep. Oh, Vex ulti does land onto the Nami, and that is a double kill coming out from C-Lord. As now Jetlust getting the full blood stacks. Gonna be taking over that damage, but Sion with the fully stacked armor. Very easy. But now that is going to be the dragon pickup for the Vi there. So that is 2 dragons in favor of Lost Time, which I would say is pretty nice. But they're going to be playing around this Vex ulti a lot more. But now Demulon and Lesnack are walking up top lane, picking up the Scuttle. Want to try and start this upside. Does drop the ulti, but Jetlust does walk out of it too easy. Does have the ghost, does land the full Apprehend. Cease and desist lands onto the Darius. Full charge Scion Q does land as well. And that will be Mad Demulon taking down Jetlust. As that is now going to be a very, very strong Vi. Very, very strong Vex as well. As going in for these early trades. But Lilia will be doing a bit more of max health percentage damage. Holding the wave. Demulon and the Snack doing the Herald. Well, it's not taking the top lane. Very easy. 3-man able to take down this Herald very carefree. Not much of an issue there. But now Unique and Lavender are rotating to the mid lane. Vex does land this massive amount of damage onto this Caitlyn here. Full Luden's Echo is building into that Zhonya's as well for the majority AD that they have. Kind of ignoring the fact that it's Lilia and the Nami who will be doing a lot more magic damage. But now there's multiple members of Lost Time in the mid lane just trying to defend that tower. Do not want to let that mid tower fall, as that will give the Tristana more place to roam, more place to be aggressive. As now Zeri got a bit more of the free push in the bot lane as well. But we'll back off. We'll respect the Tristana as Tristana does make their... as Lilia is making their way mid. Tristana holding the bot lane. Darius chilling in the top lane, making sure he gets that lane priority. But Unique and Lavender will stay in this mid lane. By looking for the Q charge. Will not get anything there. Herald will be dropped mid lane. We'll be trying to get that first tower. We'll probably be able to get it fairly easily, as that is going to be the charge. That is going to be first tower going over to Lost Time as they even out the gold lead. But now Not has picked up the demonic embrace, so he's going to look for the E. Caitlyn are coming out, just being negated by the Vex shielding. But now Darius going for more of these trades. Does land the Apprehend. Fully stacked blood stacks here. Smurfy taking a lot of damage, but the field will come up. As Darius continues to be aggressive, continues to show Smurfy what he can do. But now that is 3 versus 2 in the mid lane. They do just really want this tower, as a lot of damage coming out from Unique. Rocket jump from the Tristana in the bot lane. Vex is going to have to get the reset, but Tristana is looking to pick up this tower. Not much Zeri could really do. The Slayerite will just look to try and get this out as quickly as possible. There are 3 towers which are desperately trying to be taken down here. But Apprehend does land. But this Bramble base is doing absolutely mad work. Lydia does go into their final auto attack. And that will be mid tower falling. And that map will now be opened up with the 2 mid towers falling. We're entering into the mid game. Tristana picks up the tower in the bot lane as well. But now with the dragon coming up in 1 minute, people are going to be starting to prepare for this. Last time want to begin the dragon, want to continue their dragon stacking, where ATK want to slow this game down, want to play it at their own pace.
Spark's ready.
As Tigger and Lulu playing around mid lane. That is a 2-item Zeri. She's very scary. 2-item Caitlyn as well. Gone for the rapid fire cannon 2nd item. 2 items on this Tristana. 1.5 items for this Vex, but now Darius. Once again, looking for some more aggressive traits. Fully stacked blood stacks. Does use the ghost. Here does land. Papa Smurfy walks out, but that is going to be now a Darius ghost. Now Sion did burn the flash. So now that is going to be a flashless Sion. Darius will run them down pretty easily, but Darius must be sitting on quite a bit of gold. 1,600 gold. Does land the Apprehend, does land the slow. Does land the full blood stacks, just draining him down, but that was a lot of armor for Sion. As Sion does have the TP available. Yes, they do have the TP advantage for the top lane. Vex also has the TP. Zeri is mid lane. But Sion will be TPing bot side. Darius is walking there now. We'll be able to use the Hex Gates fairly easily to get there in time. But last time, I'm going to be starting up the dragon here. ATK looking for the engage Vi, waiting to go get the Q over the wall, as they do land onto this Tristana and just rocket jump up, but the wolf lands over the wall. Steelard not able to get the ulti off. Sion lands the ulti, does hit the Lilia. Lilia taking a lot of damage. Zeri burning the ulti, and on the back line does get sent to sleep. But Unique is taking a lot of damage. Darius does not get the ulti. Noxy Guillotine is negated by the Zeri ult. I mean the Zeri and the Vi ults, as well as the Lulu. So that is going to be 3 members of ATK down for 0, as last time will pick up their 3rd dragon. But see the Vi now sitting very comfortably. Zeri able to get a lot of damage off with the Lulu enhanced shield, extra damage. The sustain coming out from the shield as well as extra movement speed and attack speed from Phantom Dancer. It is likely that this Zeri will be the issue. So it is not a best of 1, it is a best of 3. So this game, we are likely to see, depending how this game goes, gold is only 2,000 in favor of last time. So ATK is still keeping up in gold relatively easily. Now, Unique can walk up, does have the rapid fire, does get the extra order off. Tristana is just going for this tower, but will rocket jump out, does drop the ulti. Papa Smurfy does not have the ulti available, so will not chase down Slayerite, but they will pick up a tower, reaching that gold lead very minimally. But now we see last time are going to be picking the Baron, are going to be trying to start that out. They know Darius is bot, they know does not have the TP available. So it is a 4 versus 5 here. Zeri does have the ultimate, so does the Lulu. Getting the ulti coming out, shields coming out as well. The Baron is taken down to half HP. Tristana just going in for the flat auto attack. Sound does drop the ulti, does land on the 2 carries. Massive knockup as there's 3 members taken down. Jet and Saya having to jump over the wall. But Jetlash doing a lot of damage on this Darius. 3-man C coming out from Natia. As that is a body mop onto the Darius. And now Sealot on a rampage. This is now last time. 2,000 gold in the lead and starting up this Baron. Last time definitely learning a bit more from how they played in the first series, and did not come here to mess around, came here to win. This is Zeri. Lulu is doing massive amounts of work, able to cut it out very easily. But now setting themselves into a 3,000 gold lead for last time. But one thing I think they do need to be wary of, the Tristana is going to be very scary scaling into the late game. We'll be able to go in for those quick one-shots. Darius will scale quite nicely. Lilia will scale quite nicely. But with this kind of lead, last time should look to try and push out their side lanes, try and get more tower gold, and really try and they're going to try and throw their money at ADK. But also Demulon here opting for the fighter brawler buy. So it means she will be doing a lot of damage as well as taking very minimal amount of damage with the pseudo healing coming out from the Divine Sunderer. So ultis are all available for all sides. Summoners that are available. Zeri still has the flash as well as Lulu still has the flash. Darius does have Ghost but does not have flash. Demulon is there, will land the Q. Ghost coming up on the Darius, but since this does land, Sun does drop the ultimate as well as they take down this Darius once again. That Zeri is now 4-1. Where's Klax? I didn't really get any confirmation of where Klax was. I am going to be under the impression that he might have had load shedding. So I think that is probably the case there. Curious, we'll find out here in the dark. Okay, there we go, Klax. Aww. Big pain. Klax missing is huge. Yeah, so Klax not being here has given a bit more strength to the Zeri and to the Lulu. And I think at this point in the game, the Zeri and Lulu can kind of just walk up wherever they want. Not very likely unable to contest this buy, despite having the Proteon and the Demonic Embrace. Just don't get load shedding. I mean, it's that easy, bro. Just don't get load shedding. It's that simple. But in terms of getting onto carries, Darius is not having a fun time anymore. Had a very strong lead in the early game, but has not been able to do much with it. Has such free, much wow. Invoker died a few days ago. As soon as it goes say 6, go figure. Yeah. But that's just the kind of luck that happens in this country, unfortunately. So we see now, last time are going to be venturing into red jungle, are going to try and get vision, try and just ensure that they can pick up this dragon. With dragon coming up in 20 seconds, does not look like there's going to be any contention as Unique and Lavender are just going to be pushed to the top side. And yeah, at this point, I think it's safe to say this is going to be Soul picked up for lost time. Where's the power coming back? 10:30. Oh goodness. So if this is implementing game 3, Klax will come back. So they do not hesitate, take this dragon down quickly. Star does go for the TP as Darius did just push out the top lane fairly quickly. Gold lead is still only 2,000 in favor of lost time. But right now, Zeri is very difficult to deal with. And I think especially now with the Hextech Soul, it's going to be even harder to deal with. Let me stand in a hard stuck gold, orcs. Well, like I think in every series that I cast, I always want to look forward to the game 3s because that means there's a lot more on the line. So I would very much like to see the game 3s, and then we'll see Klaxy back. But now, with the kind of pressure that Lost Time have, they're just going to really just push up their vision lines. So Aeon is also South African. The only international player is Guy, the top laner. But yeah, we are all South African teams. It's only allowed one international player. So I think that's the case for most teams. They'll try and get at least one international player so they can utilize their ping. But in terms of vision right now, ATK are a little bit in the dark. Don't really see too much. Where on the other hand, there is plenty of vision for Lost Time here. They do know where the majority of the members of ATK are. They know Darius is pushing out top lane. Now he does land onto the snack here. Will not land. There is a Ugandan team in open deck. Oh, which team is the Uganda team? I would like to know who they are. I want to see how I want to see their games go. D-Dot is a little bit caught out here. Darius does burn the ghost, but Jetlust seems like he wanted to run in, try and get a kill there. But now that is 5 members of ATK running into 5 members of Lost Time. Dark Horse Esports. Interesting. Interesting indeed. We do see Zeri utilizing the Hextech Drake, trying to get a lot of damage down. But ATK will pick up that tower. Gold lead is only now 2,000 in favor of Lost Time still. And they're just gonna keep going. They're just gonna keep pushing. ATK still keep pushing, and they are gonna just get the inhib. The gold is now only dropped to about 1,000. ATK are just pushing in the waves. Just get a free inhib. So bit of a sleepy macro there as it does dodge the Scion. Either Zeri does drop the ultimate as well. That is doing a lot of damage to the big members of ATK. ATK tries to do damage. Unique, not able to pick up the kill. Will get a trap onto Sealord. The Sealord will dodge it, as that is now a double kill for the Vi and an ace for Era Lost Time. So we do see TPs coming out. There's a TP happening bot lane for the Zeri. Not the Zeri, for this Vex. Gosh, small champions, new champions, mixing them all up here today. So Zeri doing quite a lot of damage. Safe to say Zeri Lulu is a little bit broken. Just a tiny bit broken. As that is going to be 4 members onto the Baron, with Sealord just going to be taking down that inhib in the bot lane. Once they even things out, is now that is a 4,000, 5,000 gold lead for Lost Time. And now picking up the Baron, that is 6,000 gold lead for him. And I think ATK have definitely dropped the ball this game with their mistakes being heavily abused. Zeri Lulu very easily able to kite out this very hard engaged team. And I think it's going to take a lot of work from ATK if they're going to want to get this W. Now, with the bounties available to ATK, they could just push it out, but macro-wise, they just got to be tough. Vi does land the Q onto Jetlush. Jetlush isn't a bit difficult. Does get Polymorph. Does flash over the wall. Sound ulti is burned. Demilon does flash over, use the cease and desist. Aaron Digger is there as well. And now Demilon is godlike on this Vi. Now we know who wins. Oh, we don't know who wins. We don't know who wins. But we see now 5 members of Lost Time are walking into the mid lane. That is 4 members available. They are going to just be pushing out the bot lane. But with the Baron, with the Hextech Dragon, going to push this out very easily. It's going to be the final 5v5. Exos land the ulti. Does go golden. Does land the Q on that. They do take down the Nexus Tower. But it's going to be a base race. But that is 4 members versus 2 members of ATK. So it does look like that is going to be game 1 going over to Lost Time. With very close 1v1 happening, almost taking down the towers there. So, Era taking first game. Taking first game against ATK here. I'm happy to spread the wealth. Okay, so now we are going to see predictions done. So predictions there. So now that is going to be Lost Time taking the W in this first series. So Floppy, bruh, dude, you just gifted like all your points away, man. Come on. Well, I know it's not all of them. I know it's like 1/5 of yours. But that is just rather unfortunate in the case that ATK they got caught out. A lot of they had a big opportunity to come forward. They were able to get an inhib and an inhib tower and an inhib early on. Almost able to get the back door, but unfortunately there's very little you can do against 4 members of Lost Time and with a Baron buff in the base. So that is game 1 going over to Lost Time, and we should hopefully be seeing game 2 soon. Well, how much was that payout? It was huge. Big boy payouts, big boy payouts. But custom lobbies being put together once again. So very curious to see how many points the people that bet a lot. How many points did you gain? What are the point? What are the point gains for all of this? So Alright. So we are going to be waiting for this game to be put back in. We're putting us back into game. As I think is not seeing not online. But I do think we should be getting game 2, right? Anyone confirming? Are we getting game 2? Oh, while we wait, we're gonna just chat about how this game went. So take a look at the graphs. Okay, game 2 is happening. Never mind. Smurfy dropping me the invite. The Pupper Smurfy. Okay, you hop in there. But yeah, like people who won, like what was your payouts? No one said anything about these payouts. Because like, man's wealthy. People who voted for last time, they're some wealthy boys. But ATK just getting their last few members in, so Unique just still in there, just waiting. Get Lust and Slayer Eye there. It was between 4 people, that's all I know. Interesting. But while I wait, I'm gonna get something to drink and get some food, so I will be right back, everybody. Alrighty. I have returned, chat. I am here. I am ready. I got myself some water. Got myself some Doritos. And we chilling. But while we wait, why not just have a bit of a bite to eat? I'm just gonna pop for like 2 minutes while they also sort out the lobbies. So I will see you all in 5 minutes.
I got ice running through my veins, so focus on the light, I can't feel the pain. Doing damage like a frozen hurricane. No one can stop me cause I'm cold-blooded, cold-blooded.
Is
me out, opposition all around me. So I build my guard up like an army. I'm ready for World War III. No surrender, no retreat. Ain't no battle too much for me. You can try to drag me down. Cause didn't think that was on me. Didn't think that would wear me down.
Hello, we have returned. So we have got some fill. We got another substitute coming in for ATK. We got Erase. The jungler just left. Aw. But we are out here. Baiting IRL. Love to see it, love to see it. Alright. Got all clear, got ready to go. Let's get into the second game, boys. So now, ATK know what to expect, and I think with the previous game, we'll not be surprised if we see a Zeri ban, or even a possible Lulu ban. But still, Zac being banned away from Demulon, Karthus being banned away from Slayer, and then what are we going to be seeing second ban away? They're going to have to think a bit more about this one. Are they going to let the Zeri through once again? Or they're going to take it for themselves? So that's going to be the Amumu now taken away. And then the Wukong taken away from Notch. Notch will never be able to play this Wukong. He is not allowed to play this Wukong. And yes, I made the Notch joke. Okay, chat? I made the Notch joke. You can leave me be. But now, Aeon actually is going to be taken away. Because I do think the Aeon were quite instrumental to their hard engage. Really good front line for the Zeri. Very easy engage too. But now we see the Maokai bound being taken away from Notch. So he is not playing the heavy engage champs. As now Jetlust is going to be picking first. Curious to see what he's going to be bringing out here. As he is going to be taking the Aeon in the top lane. His signature champion, SA Aeon. One of the many who abuse this champion, and I think he's one of the few people that plays it just as well. You just can't make the same joke twice in less than a minute. I mean, I have to make it for the fact that I didn't make it at all in the first game. Just saying. So that Zeri is going to be picked up as well as the Vi. They did heavily prior pick this Zeri, as it did make its way through the first initial bans. Especially such a bad joke, SMH. But then there will be a Sejuani for Not. They are looking for the heavy engaged tank route. And I think... Alright, actually gonna pull out all the stops for this series. Now, last pick coming out for ATK, what is it going to be? So that's going to be the Victor coming out for Slayer. They really are just putting out all the stops, but Jetlust and Slayer on their most comfortable champions. And I think it's just, they shouldn't be given this kind of comfort. I just don't think they should be allowed to play this kind of comfort. I think giving Jetlust his Aeon and giving Victor to Slayer is one big mistake, as that is Zeri Lulu being locked in for the bot lane. Now Xayah is going to be taken away from Unique. So now I do believe that is going to be Unique playing on the AD carry, and Eraiz is going to be playing the support role. And now with that Mordekaiser ban targeted towards little Mr. Papa Smurfy in the top lane. Don't want him on anything comfortable. Want to make sure he's on his weakest possible champion. But then, what are they going to take away from this bot lane? They take away Ashe, actually. As It's going to be taken away as Ash support is something that Unique favor, but Unique is not likely to be playing it as he is not support. But last ban for ATK. What is it going to be? It is going to be the Silas taken away from Ceylon. So that is all the bans out. Now we're going to see these last couple picks here. So they are going to be picking this top. They are going to pick top side at this mid lane. Sheilard's Azir is still available, is still open. But that is going to be the Gwen for Papa Smurfy. Picking Gwen into Ornn. Don't necessarily know how well that matchup goes. Could anyone give me any confirmation how well that matchup goes? Because I do think it is Ornn favored in the sense he is quite a better team fighter. But I think Gwen with her extra true damage on her pass, on her Q, will do a lot more damage to this Ornn. But then that is going to be the Kai'Sa hover. And that now will be the Kai'Sa coming out for Unique here. And they just very comfortably pick their main champions. And then Era Easy. What is he going to be pulling out here? And that is going to be... But my Twitch commands are broken at the moment. Alright, don't worry. I will start the prediction. Alright, let's get the second prediction going. So, who's going to win game 2? So that is actually going to be the Senna pickup coming out for Era Ease. A lot of AD, but then that Victor is going to be doing a lot of damage. So don't want to let that Victor get too fed either, else it's going to be very hard. So now Diana being hovered in the mid lane. Very, very good engage, but it's going to make them very heavy AP along with besides the Zeri, from the Zeri and the Vi. It's going to be very heavy AP for last time here. But now we see that ATK just picked an order that they were given. And I think could the Senna Kai'Sa be the answer that they have? I can't even predict a restarting. Alright. And then Matthew's going to be giving away some more points, so be sure to place your bet. Be sure to pick the boys which you think are going to win. Is ATK going to make their comeback or last time and close out the series and advance in the winners bracket? I'm saving up again for another big giveaway. Alright. Matthew does giveaways in my chat like it's Christmas, I swear. But now we see we're not going to be getting to spectator delay. But while we're here, we're going to take a look at Era Easy on his stats. So Era Easy. And now we search. Let's now take a look at his stats. Alright, so Era Easy sitting at that Platinum 1 right now. Was Platinum last season, but likes the Kayle, likes the Camille, Gwen, Cho'Gath, and the Ornn. So does like the top lane, does favor it. But I think Era Easy could be coming in clutch here with the Seraphine pick. It's just playing for that hard, normally the center pick. Looking for that hard team fight, but can still play very aggressive and very hard scaling too. As with the center, with the Ornn, it is very hard to not think that they can win the scaling, especially even with the Victor. Scaling wise, I want to say this very much favors ATK at the moment. If they can get that lead in the early game, if they can pressure Lost Time into making mistakes, then it should be a game for Lost Time to lose. But again, Zeri Lulu looked very dominant in the first game. And I think they are looking to make sure it's dominant once again. Vi also able to get through. Vi doing a lot of work to get his lanes ahead. So now let's see if Not is able to do the same thing with the Sejuani here. But this is most of my first time going to be seeing Era Easy play. As I have not seen the subs play for quite some time. So it is unfortunate that Klax's inverter is out. So you got a lot of time, a lot of points still available to be put down, but be sure to make sure you bet on the peeps that you think are going to win here. Who do you think is going to take game 2? Is it going to be last time? Is it going to be ATK? The team that takes this series will promote directly through to the winner's bracket and will face the winner of Genesis vs Royalty tomorrow, which will also be on this channel, so be sure to catch that. Surely more people vote. I'm saving for another big giveaway. Yeah, I'm waiting for people to vote as well, but I think it's just all a matter of people don't know who to vote for. As Nick Wolf gives me the good old hydrate. There you go. Hope you all enjoyed me slurping down some water. And now, okay. I see how it is. All right, there we go. That is the double hydrate. But now we are out of spectator delay. Okay, now Nick Wolf makes me drink water again. Alright. Nick Wolf, can you stop making me drink water, please? I know, unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to be able to catch your game. Depending how this game goes, I don't think I'm going to be able to catch game 2 of Aeon. So, right now, that is just a casual 300-point prediction. But one thing I think you need to be wary of is that ATK have got a lot of comfort here. So they have got Not on Sejuani comfort. They've got Slayer on the Victor. They've got ATK Jetlust on this Ornn. Got very high win rate on this Ornn. So very curious to see how they're going to work around these team fights, because these team fights are going to they're looking very much favored for ATK, because there is no longer that hard tank in game. There's no longer that hard tank which is in their way. They have the hard tanks now. As now we have entered into game 2. Let's go to chat. Let's do a good objective. Timers, time controls, control shift Z. So ping's coming out. They are going to do a 5-man invade into the bot side, but will 4-man invade as Demulon is still casually just going to head top side.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Very curious how this game is going to go, as
30 seconds until minions spawn.
multiple members, that is 5 members of last time. They don't get anything there, Slayer. I mean, it's unique. Gosh, I'm mixing up all these names. Why am I mixing up all these names? So now unique is not going to walk out. Victor's going to sit in the tri-bush, very relaxed, very chill. The Ornn is going to be just sitting in the top lane, relatively carefree. Not's going to be starting up at his blue buff as well.
Minions have
But
spawned.
wards are pinged that there is indeed a ward on his Raptors. And I think the Snack and Tigger are looking for a cheese. As we see the Snack and Tigger sitting in this bush waiting to see if anyone's going to walk forward. But Unique and Error, I mean, I'm just going to call them Error easy. Oh, so they do look for the wave shove. They are trying to get the wave shoved in as quickly as possible. But now Senna can be very proactively aggressive in this early game. Doing a lot of damage. And I think, as you see, the wave does shove. But I think ATK are going to play this a lot more concisely, a lot more carefully, as this series rests on this game for them. But you see some aggressive trades happening all across the map here. But now Easy is taking a lot of damage here. But now Slayer is also taking a lot of damage from C-Lot, who's going for all these early game level 2 trades. Will drop quite low, does have the teleport available, but is just going to remain there. So now Unique was kind of trapped out. But will be able to shove his way fairly easily. But Papa Smurfy also taking a bit of damage from Jetlust. So all around, a lot of aggressive trading. But now we see C-Lot having to burn the flash here as unique as Slayer Eye and not make the synergy. And okay. I'm tired, brain's tired. This is the third game today. And probably gonna end up being two more. So I do apologize if I stumble up or miss any like words and whatnot and names. But we do see Bubba Smurf going in for these aggressive trades. There is no flash on Gwen. Does have Ghost and TP. So on very much favorable in this early game. As pings coming out, as they know the Sejuani is going to be bot side. Is going to be competing for the scuttle. Sejuani does not have the smite. See, there is a smite on the vibe, but there is going to be a hard commit onto Demulon. Flash E coming forward, actually. W does land. As that is going to be a flash from a Demulon as well. So that is jungler's flash for jungler's flash. But the Snack walking up very aggressively, going for these very early push trades. Making sure that the Kaiser can't really do too much damage. They're going to be playing around mid lane and bot lane as Ornn is very comfortable, very relaxed. Well, Era Easy's W does go wide. But Zera does go for the early trades. Again, but a lot of damage coming out onto Eratigger from this Kaiser. But Kaiser does try and look to see if he can get the Q off. But W from Senna does go wide. We see C-Lot and Aeon do go for the engage onto Slayer, but Slayer will walk out relatively carefree. Is now a flashless, immobile mid lane mage. So Victor knows he's going to have to stop playing safe from now on. But a lot of good trades favoring Unique and Era here. I can't even call them Era because that's just going to be really confusing now, isn't it? Why did it have to be so damn confusing? A guy named Era against an Era team. As now Papa Smurfy forced under his tower. Does have the TP, but Ornn is going to try and show him as many minions as possible. Does land the knockback by his top side, but Ornn does know not to overextend his welcome and is going to look for the very nice, very easy reset. Now, Zeri Lulu are chilling very comfortably in the lane. They're 2 CS lead over the Kaiser Senna, but I think if you're ATK, you're looking to scale. You're looking to play the game as late as you possibly can because you have the Senna, because you have the Victor, and because you have the Ornn. Both all scale very, very hard and very, very big in team fights. But at the same time, Zeri Lulu very dominant in this bot lane, very scary, and makes Zeri feel like she doesn't even need to worry about playing lane. She can just permanently play safe, gets the shield from the Lulu, seals the shield. And that is going to be Demulon picking up the first dragon. As, Demulon is going to be starting the dragon. Sejuani is in the bot side. But we'll just be continuing to jungle, as that is going to be first dragon going over to Lost Time here.
Red team has slain the dragon.
Yeah, so that is first dragon picked up for red side, but do you see a gold lead actually coming out for ATK, sitting at about 600 gold ahead, 700 gold ahead. I do believe that is mainly from the first strike coming out from the Victor. As Gwen does go look for the full engage, does burn the Ghost. Will not do the full engage onto Jet Lust here, who is just going to pull the wave a bit. Very comfortably pulls the wave. Not to fret, even with the Gwen burning the ulti and the Ghost. Does not fret even the slightest. As Sejuani is top side. Does have the smite available. So we'll be able to smite away that scuttle very easily, as Jet Lust will just walk down, but nothing more will happen there. Slayer looking to play some pretty aggressively, but Lulu is just roaming the map while Senna and the Kaiser get the shove. Gold lead, CS is now even, but Senna starting to build a bit of a gold lead over this Lulu. Seeing 1,800 to 1,500. As very quick trades again on the ticker under his own tower. He's taking a lot of poke from this Kai'Sa from the center. Now Demulon picking up his blue, I mean his red, while do not picks up his blue. Now with Jetlust having this kind of prior, it's expected that the Vi does not have the priority, but she is going to be starting up that Rift Herald fairly fast, and does get it with a little bit of assistance from Diana, not too much, just a 1-2 auto. So now that will be a Rift Herald. Actually, it will be picked up by Vi. Yeah, so that Rift Herald will be picked up by a Vi there very easily. Slayer Eye does barely make it out alive. Vi is coming up with a Q over the wall, does drop season assist, is tanking 2 towers, taking a lot of damage. But Senna ulti coming out, and now Era Easy does take down Demulon with the cross map ulti there. So that will be a kill to Senna, who's looking very, very comfortable. And now sitting at 2,600 gold, almost 1,000 gold ahead of this Lulu already. So this is definitely look like it's a bit of a difficult matchup for Zeri and Lulu with all this kind of poke, despite the EV used consistently. And I think in this situation, if you're 80k, this is exactly how you want the game to go. Go wide. But Tigger taking a lot of damage, actually. W does go wide. Kai'Sa W also goes wide, but Lulu having to put the flashes. Unique does take down the Snack. Kai'Sa does drop the ulti. We'll get a double kill on this bot lane. Demulon does make his way, but does not have the cease and desist. As Era Easy just going to be trying to farm up some stacks. Gets under tower quickly, but that is going to be a Q smite coming out from Demulon. So that is 2 for 2, but now Unique's in a bit of danger. But it does look like he is just going to get the execute. Very decently done for him. Does not give his shutdown away. As that is already a full Umbral Glaive coming out for the Senna. Very scary for her. And our top lane just seems to be farming. Jetlust don't care. And Bubba Smurfy trying to do damage, but Jetlust just don't care. He don't care. As Not here is just going to be picking up his Krugs. Vi is bot lane as well. Will be dropping the Herald, but does have the Glacial Prism, as that is 3 members now jumping onto this Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa does have the damage. Zeri does jump at the ball, does land the Glacial Prism onto Zeri. Zeri just trying to cut it out. The Lulu ulti has also been landed, but that's a lot of damage going out to Eretega. Q does come out again from the Vi, as that is 2 very low health bars for last time. And that is now a Herald, dead Herald bot lane. As Diana goes in for the quick, going for the trades. He does dash over the wall, but tanks tower. Sealord taking a lot of damage from this Victor, as Victor will take down Sealord. Bit of a misplay from him there. Did try and get behind him so he couldn't walk away. But now that is going to be a kill over to Slayer, who has built up quite a gold lead due to the CS as well as the first strike. And now this is now 80k are looking much more comfortable than they did in the first series, first game. As Papa does drop the needlework, but nothing will come of it. As now 80k pick up their first dragon as they pick up an Infernal. And now a Chemtech Draken is spawning. That's going to rely on low health bars and better resistance the lower they get. I think this could be very beneficial for HK if they ever get it. So, that is a lot of damage coming out from the Senna there. Senna definitely doing the massive amount of damage. Bro, that 1,000 gold lead over the Lulu has more gold than the Zeri. He just has more gold than Zeri, just very casually. But we can look at the Senna stacks. Can we look at the Senna stacks? Yes, we can. She is sitting on 53 stacks. She's almost hit that big 6-0. When she hits the 60, it's going to be very easy for her to lane regularly. She will have Caitlyn range. We do see that is 3 members of ATK bot lane. That is a very low trigger as there's a bait coming out. The Johnny ult does land, and Unique does go on a killing spree on this Kai'Sa as the Ornhorn is summoned. There is no flash available for Gwen here. Gwen takes a lot of damage. The Ghost is available. Vi is top lane though, just try and counter it. So Jetlust will just walk away. But that is a very favorable trade for ATK now, as that Kai'Sa is sitting at 3-1. And they are going to try and look for the damage. As Kai'Sa does land the W, does land the stun. Not the stun, does not land the W, as now Era will take down Sealord. Not Sealord. As Unique is trying to cut it out, Senna is trying to cut it out as well. Diana has made her way, bot does drop the Moonfall. But Senna will make it out alive. Now with the Vi is here to assist Papa Smurfy. That seemed like it worked out, but Diana took a lot of damage there. Will not be able to get back to tower, so they are able just to freely hit away on the mid lane turret. Able to push these waves, deny this Diana more and more minions. As tower plates now do fall. 3,000 gold lead bonus for ATK. Victor was able to pick up some plates there. He'll able to pick up some plates in the bot lane. And especially with the Senna passive and first strike, their gold lead is just going to get bigger and bigger. And the way this game is going, they've got the scaling the way they want to. Ornn's not having a hard time. Kai'Sa is strong, Senna is strong, Victor is not having a hard time either. So, yeah, all on track. Take this game. Now the Senna does opt for the serrated Dirk now, again. So there's going to be a lot of extra damage available to the Senna bot lane. So Lulu going to need to be very careful on playing her roams, because the Zeri can get caught out relatively easily. As two members of last time on the Herald there. Lulu has made her way past the help taker again. Diana going to be shoving this mid-wave in. But yeah, Era Easy and Unique looking to make the tower dive here, as not is bothered as well. There's flash. Glacial Prison comes out onto Lulu. Lulu does get flashed, but doesn't get by the W. Does drop the wild growth, but not will take them down. As you see a flash coming out from Kai'Sa here. The Moonfall does land, but only lands onto one person. As that is 2 people top lane. They want to get Jetlust tower. Jetlust does respect that. But bot lane not looking too favorable for this lost time matchup, as Ty is having to run between his 2 towers to escape this. So now Ford will just get rid of the big boy relatively quickly. Come on, get rid of the big boy. Up, does get the second charge, which is very worth for lost time here. Kind of evening out the gold, still 2,000 gold behind ATK here. But definitely are in room to grow. Pings are coming out from red side to head to the dragon. Senna is just de-warding, making sure that there is plenty of vision to go around, that they will be able to spot this lost time bot lane. And the 5-man is actually going to be a 5-man rotation for this. So they're actually going mid to pick up the wave, so 4 people will be walking down instead. But it's going to be 5-man rotation. Ornn is making the walk down into bot lane. Near to work does come out. Sarah does throw in the flash down, does go for the ulti. Moonfall does land. But a massive ulti coming out from Notya. Season does go and Slayer right under tower, but Demiron is tanking tower here. Very easy just on the back line. Taking a lot of damage. The Ornhorn is summoned. Does hit a 2-man knockup, as Unique and Era Easy just shredding through this front line. And now all that's left is the Snack and now the Gwen. Tanking, trying to take down Notya, but not will walk out relatively carefree. Unique is not afraid to walk up, as that is going to be the second dragon that is going to be begun by ATK. I'll dip now. Cheers. Thanks for the stream. Alright, Matt. I'll see you around, my guy. So, ATK do pick up this dragon. It is a second dragon of the game. Unique also picks up the tower in the bot lane. So very nice for him. 7,600 to 5,800. That is a very big gold lead. And I think with Senna now sitting at 6,000 gold, has got a gold lead over the Zeri, but then Aeon will will take the blue buff with less smite. But Mad Demulon looking like he's not doing as well as he would have wanted to compared to the first game. Does have a very big goal lead over Not here, but Not is also on the Sejuani. He's making these plays, he's landing all the Glacial Prisons on who he needed to land them on. T-Log goes in for these heavy big trades there. Glacial Prison does go wide. I will not land on anyone there, so that is no Sejuani ultimate up. What we're seeing, it is a fairly short cooldown, as Very Easy and Unique are going to be invading. Senna does get hit by the Moonfall, and that will be a shutdown going over to this Diana. By looking for the Q. But no, they are going to try and converge onto this top lane tower. Smurfy has been able to push it out quite nicely. And are going to even things out. Only about 2,000 gold lead now. Then Milan does try and see if he can get Slayer Eye, but does get spotted out. Slayer Eye will not make the same mistake twice, considering he is a flashless victor. So, very good coordination coming out from last time. Able to communicate that the Sejuani's ult was down. Able to pick out the Senna, who they know does not have flash available. So like this gives them 2 more carries, but with the Sejuani's jungle and the Aeon are going to be just scaling up quite nicely. Aeon has just hit the level 12. Very close to level 13. Is about to pick up the first Aeon item of the game, which will be his own. But yeah, so 80k are going to be starting up this Baron. Very aggressive call, but I think they do have the damage for it. They do have the front line there. The Senna and the Kai'Sa are doing a lot of damage. Damulon could be looking for the steal here, but Victor does drop the ulti. Glacial Prison does go down. Damulon is in the pit. And that will be blue team picking up the Baron. Ornhorn is called. Papa Smurfy and Vi are now in a very dangerous spot. Yeah, Zeri ulti does come out. Diana does use the protocol. The moonfall does not connect onto anyone here. The W does land onto Sealard. Sealard does fall. Killer takes him down. Papa Smurfy is doing a lot of damage. As Sejuani is walking into the front line. Damulon is quite low. He's going to try to Q out. Zeri trying to cut out as much as she can. Does land the W. Kai'Sa does have the ulti available. Does have the attack speed steroid and will be able to take down this Zeri. Zulu did try flash, did try give him the shield, but it is not going to be enough as 80k take the Baron. They lose nobody, and now they are going to just push down this mid lane turret.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
80k making the right call, picking up that Baron, picking up that extra gold, focusing down the carries on who they need, and make sure that this Diana was not in the fight, that she did fall fairly early. But that is now a 6,000 gold lead for 80k. They are not making the same mistake twice. The Sejuani 206, very good team fight potential. Kai'Sa 6, 3 for 6, does have 165 CS. So this Kai'Sa is in a very strong position right now, as the Kai'Sa has 2 items going on 3, where the Zeri is unfortunately still only got the 1. Looking to build the second one, but is quite far behind. Is 2,500 gold behind this Kai'Sa. The Senna 7,400 to 4,500 on the Lulu. So 80k looking dominant. And they definitely did not give last time the respect that they were demanding this game. But with objectives coming up now, with dragons spawning in 30 seconds, people are going to be making sure that they are at the right place at the right time. Victor does have the teleport, so we'll be able to hit that tower pretty easily while he waits for the dragon. W does not connect, but they got to remember that this area does not have ghost, does not have flash. Kai'Sa does have flash as well. So now W does connect from Era Easy, but shielding will come out just to negate a bit more of that. Whew. Big damage coming out from Senna, as that is going to be a turret pickup by Slayer in the top lane. And he's just gonna be able to keep going. He does have the TP. He's got the push down. Yeah, it's very easy for him. Does have the push. Is able to get that tower pretty quickly. There is no one there ready to deal with him. But Sejuani does hop over into the pit there. It's quite low. Ulti does come out. Flash is not available. The objective bounty will be claimed. But that is a lot of their base they are losing. They lose and last time lose an inhib in the bottom mid lane. They use another top lane tower. And this is and 80k are just communicating and making sure that they trade very well despite losing this dragon. Now, good take into consideration that even with this gold lead, it is with being quite a substantial one. The Aeon items have started coming out. Aeon has ticked over to level 14, does get the upgraded Proteon, and then upgraded the Sejuani's Radiant Virtue to a Primordial Dawn. So, looking like there's going to be a lot more gold invested into these two tanks. They're going to be very hard to kill, and they're going to be hitting very well for their backline carries. As we can take a look at the Senna items, we'll look at the Senna stacks real quickly. So, Senna is sitting at 90 stacks right now. Does have 81, does have quite a bit of crit from what I collect. If we look at her stats. Oh, we can even look at roots. I did not know that. Okay, so if we take a look there, we're going to take a look at Senna real quickly. Does have 680 range, does have 40% crit. Very, very nice for her. So that little extra range helping her really get that poke down on that backline. And now also with her looking like she's building towards the rapid fire cannon, we'll be able to reach that backline fairly easily and even auto towers out of tower range. As that is 8,000 gold now for this Senna, over 5,000 for the Lulu, 10,000, almost 11,000 for this Kai'Sa, over 8,500 for the Zeri. The Victor also sitting in a pretty good gold lead right now, sitting about 2,000 gold over, well, yeah, 2,000 gold over this Diana. Sejuani is a little bit behind them, but behind the Vi. But now, you see C-Lot does get caught out, does get by the glitch, but does go golden. We do see TPs coming out, but that is a very dead Diana. As that is a Victor ulti and Sejuani ulti has been burned, but the Horn is still available. Kai'Sa still has the instinct as well as Sejuani still has, I remember what it's called, I don't, it is called the Dawning Shadow. 3 core ultimates available. They can look for this tower dive. They do have the front line for it. They do have the engage. They have the demolish. They will take down that tower. They've got super minions coming in into the mid lane. They will be taking down this top lane inhib. And now, Unique is going to be walking up fairly comfortably. Does walk into the Gwen. Gwen gets absolutely one shot as they walk into her W, able to do some damage. And now, with them pushing these towers, this will be the last 4v5 available that will, as the pub zone will not be up for another 30 seconds. Own Horn is called, does land onto the Vi, does deny the Vi, the Proclaim person does not hit onto anyone, but the Kai'Sa flashing forward, Dawning Shadow coming out, but also Vi does drop the single assist onto the Kai'Sa, but the Kai'Sa does fall to the Vi, but it's just not enough. 80k just did too much damage as the Senna and this Victor have scaled way too hard. Senna's range is ridiculous, Aeon items being built, but from what I am seeing, it looks like we are going to get the silver scrapes. We are going to be getting the game 3 as Jetlust and Slayer are just playing with their food, but that will be game 2, going over to 80k. So now that is going to be 80k taking the W here. And taking us to game 3. So calling predictions. So choose an outcome. It is going to go to 80k. So whoever betted, they just lost points. But it's basically that's it. No one gained any points. But we are going to hop right into it. As we are got back into the custom. Okay, so now we are in the spectate tool. Jetlust has made his way there as well as Zypher here setting up his team for the boys. But so Jetlust, Not, and Slayer Eye have made their way into the lobby. Alright, and then just do all that. But yeah, ATK taking game 2. So now it is going to be probably a very entertaining one, as game 3s generally are that kind of angle. They are very entertaining, and because they do know that there is a lot on the line here. So I think in fashion of what's happening here, I know it, so we're going to do it while we wait for all teams just to get ready and get up silver scrapes. Let's get silver scrapes going. So, all right, cool. So now let's just spam that a couple times. All right, everybody, I am going to take a small break just to grab something to eat. But while I leave you here, it is a silver scrapes. We are going to game 3. It is 1-1. So we do now see, we are just going to be waiting for one more. But while we wait, we'll see you in a bit. Hello everybody, I have made our return. As we see, Klax has come online. His load shedding is now done, so he is going to be joining us. He is going to be filling in his role as 80k AD carry. So now it is going. AJ took game 2, and now we are going to game 3. So it is now 1-2-1. Curious to see how it's gonna go, so I'm just gonna give a good R. So I am R. Game 3 80k GG. Man's got the confidence. I want to say that. We see this is going to be the final game of the evening from what I am collecting. We might have another game with Aeon afterwards if it didn't go to game 3. But we do see the respective bans all coming out here. Twitch being taken away from Klax, and Carthage being taken away from Slayer. The Scion being taken away from Papa Smurfy. And then the Zac now being taken away from Demulon. They don't want Demulon on that kind of comfort. They never do. Man, it's just too scary on that Zac. Too good with the engage. But then that is going to be a Sejuani ban being targeted towards none other than Not. He was absolutely superb on that in the last game, and I think last time need to respect that now. Now, the final ban that they're going to take away is going to be the Maokai. So again, they actually let through the Wukong. So that is actually, so they trade things out, so the Amumu does now get let through for Demulon. But Wukong is available for Natia, as that is going to be the Ornn pickup. So they do pick up the Amumu, but they do sacrifice the Ornn or the Yorick, but likely to be Ornn. So that is an Ornn pickup for Jetlust once again. And the Wukong coming out from Natia. We never get to see Not's Wukong. This is the first time we get to see Not's Wukong. So the fact that they've given these two junglers their most comfortable champions just shows that they want to, well, obviously they ban other things, but also shows that they want to duke it out. They want to assert their true strength and their true power, as that is going to be the Mordekaiser lock-in in the top lane for Papa Smurfy. And now Tristana hover, and that is going to be the Tristana, but it is also a flex pick. So that could be Tristana mid, that also could be Tristana bot lane. So very flexible pick here. Amumu also could be played support by Lesnek, but is likely to be going to Mad Demulon there. The Mordekaiser could also be going into the jungle, as that is going to be the Annie support locked in for Unique. Annie support, he's been tearing up Solo Q with Annie support. And I think the Snake also knows exactly what the strength that with the Annie support has. So now they ban away the Silas. Do not want Sealot on the Silas. His Silas has been devastating in the past, and they show enough respect to that they don't give it to him once again. As that is going to be a Xayah ban coming out. Do not want to give Klax his Xayah. The Klax will have forced to try something interesting, try something new. Or we'll see the Caitlyn, because the Caitlyn is now unbanned. So very curious to see if the Caitlyn will be picked up here. But final bans. It is going to be the Lulu. So they do have a suspicion that the Tristana is going mid. So they do take away the Lulu just to kind of prevent that the Zeri Lulu combo. Now, with the Varus ban, that is definitely being taken away from Klax. He did not want him on that poke Varus again. He is very, very scary on that poke Varus, and makes an absolute nightmare for anybody to deal with. But now we are closing in on these last few picks, and what are we going to see? That is going to be the Sivir locked in for Clax bot lane. Very safe, very scaling oriented, and again, like Sivir and the Aeon will scale very nicely. Wukong can scale quite well. Annie very good in late game team fights, especially if she's able to land a big 5-man stun. We're definitely going to see how this goes, as that is going to be Ezreal coming out from Eretiga, his most comfortable AD carry. This is going to be a ferocious battle between these two teams, as that is now Karma being locked, hovered for the snack. Also his most comfortable champion. And his last few seconds, but it does look like this is going to be a Karma pickup. And that is going to be Karma Ezreal bot lane, with Sealord picking up the Tristana in the mid lane. Aurelion Sol hovered, but know full well that they can't pick the Aurelion Sol. So, with the hovers coming out, it does look like Slayer Eye is going to be hopping back onto the Syndra or the Twisted Fate. He's hovering between one of the two. Likely going to be the Syndra. Lock in as now Slayer gets his Syndra. That is going to be an Annie support coming out for Unique. 80 carry, Sivir 80 carry for Clax. Wukong jungle for 80k Not, and Aeon for 80k Jetlust. This is a lot of people are on their most comfortable champions here. Victor definitely not one of the best situational picks here, especially the Tristan and a Mumu. But a lot of dashes as well. And Mumu going to look for the dash in. Tristana got the rocket jump. Ezreal with the arcane shift. So, curious to see how this is going to pan out, as a lot of team fights available to last time. But also, Aeon just generally carries a lot of the team fights. Sivir's damage also will scale quite well. Syndra got that really good scaling. So, in terms of what scales and what doesn't, I do think ATK have got a much better scaling comp compared to that of last time. But now, for maybe not the last time this evening, because we might go back to Aeon, but we will be doing our last prediction for this series, as is going to be who is going to take game 3. Is it going to be last time, or is it going to be ATK? Be sure to get your points in, get it all done, and hopefully get to see some good League of Legends. Put your Skelly coin in. Be sure to spend all the Skelly coin, as I heard its investment is booming right now. But while we wait, we are going to just take a quick look at OP.GG's once again. So, taking a look at the full comp now. So now that Era Easy does not need to worry about playing, we can just take a look at ATK's team as a whole. But we do see it's going to be, so Clax do not see much Sivir on his profile, but has not been playing much ranked from what we collect. But if we look at his past games, not much Sivir in 2022, but in 2021 also did not play much of the Sivir. Spam the Ezreal, loves the Ezreal. So that is probably very much a contested pick between these two teams, as that is going to be a 1k. So putting 1k onto last time to take this W. And I think in terms of the Clax's first time Sivir troll, I mean, I'm not seeing any of his matches tree, so we don't know if he's trolling or not. But from what we do see, is Annie support has been spammed quite a bit by our resident master player, and has been very successful on it. So curious to see why first time Sivir in my ranked game. Dude, I don't know. Like it's like me deciding I'm just gonna play Aurelion Sol because I'm bored. As much as like I would have loved to see in the Aurelion Sol, I do know it's banned, so we can't really see it be played. But it would have been fun though. It would have been fun. We do see Ty, his Ezreal is something to be feared. 72 games, 56% win rate, 2.43 KDA. He loves this champion. Demulon, most played champions of the movement, 26 games, 62% win rate, 3.41 KDA. This winning Swole is OP even if you have no idea what's going on. Oh no, I agree with you fully. Like, I played a game of it the other day. I was against Jace mid. And the Jace just, like, just kept letting me farm. Like, he didn't really stop me from farming. And then he just left. And I was just able to farm up a storm. I just farmed up. I got 3 items. And once you're a 3-item Aurelion Soul with, like, 400 Stardust, you're basically like a Kassadin late game. Like, you very, very easily just take down anyone you want without any repercussions. So now we are going to be in game. Fully stacked rower is all you need. It's GG then. Like, builds that the build that I think I really like, as much as Leandri's is really good, is you go rower, Seraphs, well, rower, Rylai's, or Seraphs, second, whatever, and then just build health, and you become this tanky mage that just does a shit ton of damage. As we are going to be entering the game, we don't even get time to look at any of the scoreboards, quite frankly. So we do get pings, a lot of pings for invades. So they are going to be doing a bot lane invade, a 5-man bot lane invade, where ATK are going to be just going to be holding the line. Now they are going to be looking for the bot lane invade, but Sivir is a bit aware as she does spot Papa Smurfy. They are just going to walk away. There is not going to be any further invades there. Just going to walk it out. Ward will be dropped. Wukong is on the top side of the map though, so does look like it's also going to be a red start for the Wukong, but little ball dropped onto Papa Smurfy, so Slayer already picking up a little bit of extra gold. Yep, as we take a look at the gold, yep, extra 8 gold, and then extra 5 for the Annie. So far so good for everybody here. But so Not is going to be starting on his red side, while Damian is going to start on his blue side. So they will meet in the bot lane, likely doing the first scuttle. But right now, Tigger and the Snack looking for the poke. Mantra Q does come out. They do want to get the wave push, but you see, and the C-Log going for these trades with the Tristana. They're kind of tasting his own, getting his own medicine from the first game of the series when he played the Sivir, not the Sivir, the Tristana mid lane. A rocket jump does come out from C-Lord here. Really aggressive trades. Slayer takes a lot of damage, but Klax will have the push on the Ezreal as the game goes. Ezreal's very good. But Scatter the Weak does land. Papa Smurfy also taking a lot of damage from this Ornn. Oof! Big Ornn pop coming out there in the top lane. But now Unique is just sitting on the stun here. Level 2. I think as long as the Annie sits on the stun, it is going to be relatively easy for her. So just going to look for auto attacks. Does have one of the highest auto attack ranges in the game. Oop, does drop the E, and the Israel does take a bit of damage. But we can just take a quick gan at some of the runes that have been taken. So we take a look at the Mordekaiser. Does opt for the boots first. So okay, so did opt for the attack speed, opts for the last stand. So it's going to be relying on being low health, and now does a bit more damage. Taking a lot of damage from Jetlust, with C-Lord going that aggressive builds, as we see now. Does have the Hail of Blade, Taste of Blood, and along with the Bloodline, so it's going to look. Flash stun coming out from Unique here. Damian having to burn the flash. Wukong does flash down as well, but the Q does land. Karma will take down. Not there. There is a double kill in favor of Lost Time here, as Unique does not have flash. And that is Tigger picking up his kill. It's a double kill for Karma, single for the Ezreal. And now that is 3-0. Favoring for Era Lost Time. Report Klax missed first cannon. Alright, Alright, so C-Lot does go for the leap in, but taking some really aggressive trades. It does not have enough for the rocket. And Syndra able to push this out, able to be aggressive. Knows that Tristana does not have much mana. And Tristana running the exhaust rather than the TP or the ignite, so Syndra can just push that wave out really easily, get a little bit of a lane push, and get a bit of the CS lead. But Annie has no flash, Annie has no ignited flash, stun via Mumu. Mumu having to burn the flash to get out, and as well as the Ezreal having to burn the flash to pick up the kill. So that is a lot of trade summoners. Exhaust is still available for Klax. Also, Wukong went for a very aggressive play in the bot lane, but wasn't able to trade anything on it. As Mumu is going to be just clearing out the top side. Wukong is going to be picking up the scuttle relatively carefree. No contestation there. Annie roaming around. But now Amumu does get spotted. And is now going on to the Raptors. But Unique just looking for vision, trying to figure out where everyone is, but they do know their Mumu is going to be part of the bot side, so can't really play too aggressively. But now, last time, do you want to start this dragon here? As that is 3 members bot lane, the Mumu does have a full Balmy Cinder. They are going to try and pick up the dragon relatively easily with no contention whatsoever. Very free for them. Papa Smurfy trying to trade well with this Ornn, but Ornn is just doing way too much damage, as that is going to be first dragon going over to last time, and they now have a just over 2,000 gold lead. So Israel does have the Sheen, does have the Caulfield's hammer.
Never falter.
So we'll be doing a lot of damage with a little bit extra cooldown reduction, but C-Lot going in for the quick trade, does rocket jump in, get the trade, get out really easily. But Amumu does ping that he's going for his runs. As now Tigger taking a little bit of trade damage, the Snack going in for the aggressive trade there, but the shield does land as tanks more damage than he would have liked, Tigger. But will get negated by the Karma. So Unique also it's trying to stack up the... Well, it does have the stacked up stun. But they do remember that as much as Tigger doesn't have the flash, but Jetlust going in for aggressive fight on Papa Smurf does drop the Ornn Horn onto the Mordekaiser. Mordekaiser does take him to Brazil. But it does not look like Papa Smurf is going to get much more from that, as Wukong is there. Does have to burn the flash. E is not available, but C-Lot does jump over the wall just to back him up. As the... Not only that, Slayer will just push out the wave. Does have a 20 CS gold lead, or 20 CS minion lead over this Tristana. Doesn't very well, but Papa Smurfy taking a lot of damage from this Ornn. Does not have the Q or the E available, but does have the flash. Oh, as Jetlust gets the flash grasp Q and takes down Papa Smurfy. As the Ezreal ulti does come out, Unique takes a bit of damage. Klax taking a lot of damage from the Karma Qs. But Wukong does catch Demulon on the Scuttle Crab, but has decided does not want to deal with him. There's a level 6 Amumu and it's only level 5 Wukong, so Wukong is gonna have to back off. Amumu really is farming up a storm here, very much able to pick up a lot of these objectives. Now he's going to be moving on to this rift, to the big Rift Herald. C-Lot helping Demulon clear that out. But Slayer they do figure out that that's what they're on. So Slayer will drop the Q, will try and land a Scatter of the Week. But don't think he was able to land it, was dodged fairly easily. But that is not and Unique in the mid lane. Looking for this Tristana. Tristana is likely going to go for the big jump onto the very immobile Syndra. But look at Vision. They do not know. They have no idea that the Annie is there. They do suspect that there's a movement as the rocket jump does come out. Sedwick does land, but Tristana does land the big ulti stun land as on the massive 3-man Amumu ult 8. Not is tanking the tower and will fall to Demilon, as that is just going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Papa Smurfy is going to be walking down. Nothing will happen. The Scout of the Week does also connect, as Annie is just trading as much as she can with this Mordekaiser. So those are big ultis that are down. Amumu and Tristana ultis. Sarah was able to make the kill and did get away unscathed, but Wukong has now since it does that on both occasions. But Demilon and Snake are looking to tower down. Amumu does not have the ulti, as he does drop the spell shield. Does flash where he does get the ulti, but that will unfortunately be a kill going over to this Ezreal here. As that is now a 2-0-2 Ezreal full Essence Reaver. He's likely to pick up some CDR boots, or is going to be picking up the tier, I'm not sure. As that is actually going to be Merc Treads coming out for the Ezreal. A lot of CC that has to deal with, especially from the Annie. But gold very in favor of lost time at the moment. He's going to be trying to shove this wave out as much as he can. But Jetlust is really out here saying no. I will hold the wave really nicely. Let's see, good trade coming up from Slayer Eye onto Sea Lord. This is looking like it's fairly good coming out for last time. As Demilon does spot out doesn't do any damage. I don't want to say does not. Like, I really can't be saying that now, can I? That Mumu has a lot of health. The mount that he does seem to be doing a lot more damage than not, so Not's just going to farm it up. The Slayer Eye does land a Scout of the Week onto the... Oh, does land the Unleashed Power, but unable to get the kill there, as last time again pick up their second dragon of the game. It is a 2,000 gold lead for them over 80k. But Unique, the Demilon does get caught out. Stun does land, is available. Move does not have the flash, and does drop the Curse of the Sad Mummy, but then able to get the flash over the wall. Tigger does get onto Klax here, but not able to get that final auto, as Klax does survive. But it will look like it'll be a big kill picked up by Sea Lord here, as Ezreal 204, Karma 402. This bot lane playing very comfortably, very aggressively, and yeah, as the Scout of the Week, that is going to be a solo kill from Slayer onto Sea Lord. That is now a 2-0 Syndra, bringing the gold lead to about 2,000. But Wukong is now bot lane, does realize that they might be greeding, so it's going to try and do as much damage to this tower as possible. But Unique is now bot lane as well. Syndra could be walking, does not walk down, but Tigger and the Snake do realize that they should not stay any longer. As now Jet, the solo lanes of 80k are doing quite well. Unfortunately, the bot lane is struggling quite a bit. But Jet Lust does have the full Jack show. It is a full Rylai's coming up with Papa Smurfy. Is this game 1? No, so this Crane, this is game 3. So last time took game 1, 80k took game 2, and now this is game 3. So little of a gold deficit still, about just under 3,000 now for 80k. They are 3k behind. Likely to pick up this tower, as Demilon has made his way bot lane as well. That is a full Essence Reaver Ezreal. It is just a Noon Quiver Berserker's Sivir, as Slayer does just walk away relatively carefree. They do not know where the Annie is, from what I'm collecting. So if you take a look there, they do not know where the Annie is. Annie is roaming very much to that side. Blue team do pick up the first turret. They do pick up bot lane turret, but Unique is now looking for an angle. Not is looking to try and see if he can fight this Amumu. But this Amumu is quite strong, is quite fed, is very hard to kill too. So I think both front lines of either of these teams are doing as what they should. Wukong just going to take a little bit of time to scale. Slayer Eye is sitting at pretty much perfect farm at the moment on the Syndra. Is going to be able to delete that Ezreal if she is able to land the stun. But Unique is here, does have the flash available. Scout of the Week does land. Israel will drop the E out and will get a Karma Shield on top of that. So no flash stun coming out from Unique.
Never falter.
But that is just going to be the free shield there. Scatter the Weak does land. Whew, really good trade coming out from Eritiga there. As now Demulon could be looking mid lane. They do know Papa Smurfy is mid lane as well. And Rift Herald is being picked up once again by Last Time. They do have the pressure. They have 4 members there. Aeon does want to drop the ulti, but Ping's coming out a little late and aren't able to get anything there. But Unique still holding on to that stun. Let's take over level 8. Wukong is now there. Does have a full Divine Thunder. Might be able to fight a little bit better now, as the Tristana is a little bit behind. Sivir is also just as behind. Right now the gold lead for Ezreal is very favorable. Is 7,000 to 4,000. So it is very much Ezreal's favor. Annie is a little bit behind the column as 1,500 gold behind. But Syndra has a very commanding 1,300 gold lead over the Tristana. The Wukong sitting very far behind as a mover, 1,300 gold. The Aeon sitting about 400 gold ahead of this Mordekaiser, but these trades seem to be very much still be favoring for the Aeon, despite the despite lacking a bit of a damage item, but it is just Aeon at the end of the day. Wards are coming out, pings are coming out. They do want to get this dragon underway. As they do drop the Herald mid, so they're gonna try and see if they can deny it. But flash stun coming in onto this Ezreal. Ezreal taking a lot of damage. It's gonna have to burn the flash as well, but that is going to be a lot of summoners burn for this Ezreal. As Ezreal now has no cleanse, no E. Flash is just coming up here now. But now Demulon also taking a bit of damage. Mantra W does land onto the Snack. No, W does land there, but Mantra Q then lands onto Slayer. But that is key ultimates not available. Annie does not have the flash, ignite, or the ultimate available. But now that is 5 members bot. Mordekaiser is going for the TP. Slayer right does land the Scatter the Weak. Horn is called, is summoned, does hit the Amumu. Annie doing a lot of damage, and Demulon does fall to Jetlust. As Wukong does get onto the back line, Tristana dropping the ulti. Tigger barely getting out with a very minuscule HP. As now 80k are going to be picking up this dragon. They do take down the jungler. It's going to be relatively free for them. So that is now 3rd dragon and is going to be going over to 80k.
Red team has slain the dragon.
And that kind of does. The gold lead is still only just about 3,000 now. So that was a really good gold injection coming up for 80k. As now the Sivir and the 3 members of 80k are going to look to try and push out this mid tower. Mordekaiser is going to try and defend it all by his lonesome. And with the Aeon having the Aeon does get taken to Brazil. As multiple members are there, but Jetlust is quite low. Does flash to get out, but that Ezreal is right there. Flash from Mordekaiser as well. But Klax also getting flashed on. Multiple flashes being burned now. As now just a lot of summoners being used there. Flash being used by Papa Smurfy. Flash being used by Jetlust, just to try and counter that. And all in all, very good trade coming out once again for Lost Time. Sitting at about 4,000 gold lead, just over almost 5,000 in the lead here. And I think they know who needs to play around. Making sure that the Ezreal picking up the Hex Drink and knows that this Syndra is going to look for the one shot. And the Karma picks up the Shurelya's. And it's still a little behind, don't know the Shurelya's just yet, but they do know that Ezreal is a lone top lane, I believe. So Aeon gonna very comfortably just hold that wave. So with 8k picking up this dragon, they do slow down the game a little bit, which I think is what they want. They want this for the Syndra, and they want it for the Annie. But C-Lord and Aeon are not going to give this tower out without a fight. As wards coming out left, right, and center. But Tigger, C-Lord, and the Snake in the top side. Just checking the vision right now. Alright, so checking the vision. They don't know where they have very little vision on where Lost Time is right now. But same could go for them. They also don't. They have vision of pretty much all 80k members. Know exactly where they are and who's able to do what. But blue side, they don't know where 80k is. Red side, they don't know. They just know that Tristana is pushing out the top side. But all in all, I think they just desperately want this mid lane tower, and I think they eventually are going to have to give it up. As that is going to be a tower pickup. Scatter the Weak does interrupt the Tristana jump. Does drop the ulti, does drop the exhaust. But that is not, there is no rocket jump available to C-Light here. Syndra does have the Scatter the Weak once again. But flash forward. As that is going to be a solo, and that is going to be a solo kill for Slayer onto Tristana. But Lesnek is there, is going to try and shut this down. Flash from Slayer there. But Tigger and Aeon are making their way top. Jetlust is there to back up his mid laner. Annie and is going to be destroyed by the Mordekaiser. Mordekaiser is going to be doing damage. It's going to hit the E onto the Annie, but a lot of damage coming out onto Papa Smurfy. As that is going to be a 1-for-0 trade for 80k as they take down the Lost Time mid laner. It does not seem like C-Light is having as fun of a time as he would want on the Tristana. 3-0 Syndra able to do as much as she please, but that is going to be 4 members of 80k, 4 members of Lost Time actually starting up the Baron. Going to be getting it pretty easily. I know the Wukong is bot. So Scatter the Weak does not land as the movement does land the flash. A lot of damage from the Ezreal ulti. So now that is a 7,000, just under 7,000 gold lead for Lost Time here. Over 80k. And I think they're just struggling a little bit too much here. I think 80k know they need to play for the long game. But how long are they willing to take this down? As they do pick up a bit of a tower play in the mid lane. It is now about a 5,000 gold lead in favor of Lost Time. But Slayer Eye gonna be looking, wants to look for a kill here. Scatter the Weak does land. But Mumu is spotted. Zephyr is left mid against this Ezreal, but this Ezreal does have 2.5 items. It is very scary. But now with this dragon, that is a Baron up Lost Time. That is 5 members of 80k there. Horn is available. The Curse of Sad Mummy is available. All these big crucial ultimates that could decide this team fight. I think Aeon is spotted. They do know Aeon is there. That is going to be the Horn is going to be something. There's going to be 3 men out of the week. A massive knockup. Cyclone does land. C-Not having to jump out. Aeon is caught up in the middle of it. Will get knocked away. But Papa Smurfy does take Not into the death realm. As Papa Smurf is taking a lot of damage here. Scatter the Weak does land. Wukong doing a lot of damage. And 80k Slayer Eye will take down this Mordekaiser. The 6,000 gold lead just isn't enough. Lost Time are not able to capitalize off this gold lead. As that is 5 members of 80k going to be bringing up the dragon. They do drop a control wolf. They know Aeon is there. Is going to try and go for the steal. But Slayer does that to Scatter the Weak. Does that to Unleash Power. And that is a Slayer Eye unstoppable on this Syndra. They will pick up the kill on the Amumu. They will pick up the Hex Tech Dragon. And they will reduce that gold lead to only 4,000.
Red team has slain the dragon.
So 80k looking to make this comeback here. Syndra doing a lot of AoE on landing 4 people with the knockup. Annie ulti also doing mad amounts of work there. But that is still a Karma and an Ezreal who are yet to be shut down. If either of those shutdowns are picked up, that is pretty much going to be evening out the game for them. So Not has got the Divine. He's looking to build the Death Dance now. It's only about 1,000 gold behind them. Mumu not as bad as it was earlier. The Syndra is pushing 10,000 while the Tristan's only pushing 8, so it's about 2,000 gold lead for the Syndra. Silver is 3,000 gold behind this Ezreal. Annie about 1,700 behind this Karma. But still, they're making use of these team fights. They have the gold on the main carry, that is the Syndra, and they're just trying to stall out as much as they can for the Sivir so she can pick up some items, and she just melts these waves. But now, with no objective up, I'm just going to look out to clear out their vision. So ATK pushing their vision line, have a lot of vision on the dragons. Where last time have no vision on ATK. Very little vision available to them. But ATK can play this defensively. They have vision both in top and bot river, so they know exactly where they can and cannot go. Unique does drop the control. They do push their ward line into the enemy jungle. But Slayer will be picked up on a control ward, as that is going to be the last bit of vision that is going to be taken away from last time, as I do believe they are going to be very blind here. So the only vision they have are the two wards around here. Those are the only 2 wards which they have available to them, where ATK, they've got the vision. A shutdown coming out onto Tristana, able to take down the Syndra. Read it maybe a little too hard, so that gold now will go over, and that will be just 5,000 gold lead as that shutdown is picked up. But now Ornn items are starting to come into play. The Jack Show has been upgraded for the Ornn, as well as the Ludens has been upgraded for the Syndra. It is going to be the Eye of the Luden and the Unspoken Parasite. But the longer this game goes, the easier it gets for ATK with the Ornn items. But Damilon now, they've pushed their warding line into the top jungle. You have a lot of vision. But now that is going to be a turret picked up for lost time there, as the gold lead does soar back up to about 6,000. They do look for the reset, as Baron is going to be spawning in 30 seconds. So ATK gonna want to look to try and get some vision around that. While Annie and Sivir walk up. Sivir does not have 2 items, so is very capable of outputting a lot of damage. So gonna play it slow, gonna make sure they get cover as much vision as possible. As that is now 3 members of Lost Time on the Baron. Ezreal's in the mid lane. Mordekaiser is just pushing into the mid lane now. That is now 4 members. There's 3 members of ATK looking for the Baron. Klax is making his way there. Ornn is making his way there too. And he does have Flash, does have Stun, and does have Ignite. So anyone this Annie catches out is likely going to be dead. As still very wary of the vision, so just take a look at the vision here. They are looking in very blind here into that enemy jungle. While same goes for Lost Time. They are very blind. They only see Klax. But ATK don't see anyone either. They're just 5 versus 5. They're just all completely blind here. Playing it patiently, playing it slow. Don't want to force anything that is not necessary. There's multiple control wards coming out onto the Baron, trying to see if they can bait out Baron. Klax is going to be shoving in that mid wave. So they just decided that Klax is just decided going for that. And Demilon does go in, does try and land the ulti. That's a 2-man ulti, but that gets stunned down. Horn is summoned, and that is a very, very dead Amumu. Cyclone coming out, does damage Papa Smurfy. Jungler is dead. Papa Smurfy taking a lot of damage. Slayer looking for the reset, and that is a dead Papa Smurfy too. Slayer doesn't even need to look for the reset anymore. That is a dead top laner and a dead jungler on Lost Time. And with this dragon up, they decide to not go for the Baron. They decide to pick up that dragon. They try to pick up the 3rd Hextech dragon. So that is going to be giving them a lot of bonus attack speed and a lot of bonus ability haste there. So they are looking very comfortable. They made the picks. They caught out the Amumu. Amumu looked for the aggressive ulti, but not able to look for that. But that now is 3 members of 8 Lost Time looking for this Baron. They do get Wukong. It's just going to be soloing. It's just going to be soloing that dragon very easily, and that will be 3 dragons up to ATK. Now, last time also wanted to look at this Baron, but do not have the crucial ultimates available to do this, as that gold lead is still 5,000. But I think right now, macro-wise, they are just not capable of getting these picks. The Amumu went for a bit of an aggressive ulti, flashing in, but does get CC, does get taken down. And then Papa Smurfy, also not a very tanky champion, has a lot of health, but not a lot of resistances. Especially that into a Divine Thunder or Wukong, who can just shred that little bit of armor quite easily. As Unique, Papa Smurfy does go in onto Unique there. Big damage coming out from Slayer Eye. Does have the full Shadow Flame and Void Staff.
Never fall.
ATK are going to play this very concisely. They do not have the tower advantage. But in terms of their team fight, they do have the priority. We'll be going out clearing the vision score once again. That is a 103 vision score for this Annie. Annie is rolling with the punches with this vision. Kind of denying a lot of... As Demulon walks in, does get spotted. Skelly does land. Wukong does go in for the W, does go in for the Cyclone, does get onto the Tristana as well. Double Cyclone there. But we'll just walk away. We'll have to flash, as that is a redemption coming out from Karma. This is just the Baron dance. They're just desperately trying to figure this out, as that is a Wukong Cyclone burn. That is an ultimate burn. But now that is 5 members of Lost Time. They are going to be starting up the Baron. Unique does have the flash available. Does an ultimate Horn is summoned. Does take out the Horn, but the Horn is still able to go off. Unique still has the anti-ulti, but Papa Smurfy is in the middle of 5 members. The move does try and land. It does not get the ulti. Demulon does get taken down by Slayer Eye, and also Silver takes down the Mordecai. They chase him down. Lost Time gets taken down by Ornn. They are now desperately going to be chasing down this Karma. Karma will not be able to. Will get taken down. Will get Tower Dive, as that is actually going to be a flash burned. The Slayer Eye able to get the kill onto the Tristana there. Rocket Bomb able to do enough, and now that gold lead, the gold lead that ATK that Lost Time once had is now gone. It is now only 3,000, not 4. And with them beginning to pick up this Baron now, they can trade pretty easily with this Sivir, with this Wukong. There is no contest. Amumu and Amumu is still dead. There's 4 members of Lost Time dead, just the Snake available. And now that is going to be the Baron pick up for ATK. That gold lead is no longer there. It is a mere 400 gold difference between these two teams. And I think Sivir has been allowed to scale. Now, with Ornn now being level 16, 3 members now all have the upgraded items. Sivir now has it's what I believe it's called. It's called the Wormfall and Sacrifice. We got the Eye of the Luden. We got the Decide. It is ATK are just looking to push this further and further, and they know the Karma has a shutdown, and Unique does want it. Now with the gold lead is now in favor of ATK. Scatherweek does not land. Ezreal goes in for the aggressive E. Redemption coming out from the Snack there, I guess, doing a little bit of damage to Slayer, but nothing too drastic. Does look for the Scatter the Weak. Scatterweek does miss. Ezreal E-ing over the wall. Sivir does drop the ulti as well, so that is a Sivir ulti not available. It's a fairly short cooldown. Should be up fairly quickly. But now this Ezreal is in a lot of danger. There are no flashes available except for Papa Smurfy and Demulon. Scatherweek does land onto Demulon. Demulon taking a lot of damage, and he does drop the stun. Big damage as that the execute coming out from Slayer Eye. Cyclone comes onto Sealord there. Sealord having to jump out, fearing for his life. Scatter the Weak does not land, but Sivir is just shredding through these minion waves. The anti-Tibbers is just going to be tanking the tower pretty easily. Ezreal ulti doing a lot of damage, but not enough. Horn is summoned. Karma does not get hit by it, but the Scatter Weak does land, and that is going to be a shutdown going towards the Sivir. That is 8-1 and 3 for the Syndra. 2-4-7 for the Sivir, who is now sitting at 300 CS. That is a very long death timer still for the Karma. Mad Demulon is only up in 11 seconds, but they are just going to go for the end here. They do have the Demolish, but Jetlust does not take any damage. This Ornn is just too strong. It's just too fast. The other weak does land, does do a lot of damage. Crossfire does flash forward, does land the ulti onto them there. But now, as you see, they're going to have to fall back. Tristana going in for the leap. W coming out from Aeon. Aeon and a massive curse of the Sad Mummy as Jetless and Not and Unique are going to have to back out. Shutdown coming out for triple kill now. Coming out onto Ty here. But it was actually a pretty good turn of events as there's now up. Zypher, a little bit too much faith there in the boys. As now Damien and Tay are going to look to push. That is very long death timers. Luckily, all of ATK's waves were somewhat pushed except for the top lane. But we see Baron up. ATK is just going to try and keep those Baron up minions just to try and prevent any further push. Tristana will take down that mid tower. Gold is now back in favor of lost time again. But now Slayer Eye and Klax are up now. Not is up in 10 seconds and he's sidestepping very, very well here. Ezreal being slowed. 7 drops the only scale. The week does land onto Pompous Word. Pompous Word is taking a lot of damage. Cleanse coming out, but that's just not going to be enough. Rylai's coming out from the Timber is just doing too much. Silver able to catch them pretty easily, and that will be a shutdown for Klax. Steelar does be just trying to get the kill, but Horn is called. Will be able to reach Tristana. Tristana does not have the leap, and that is a double kill coming out for Klax. Wukong is going to be running down Demulon. Demulon does land the Q over the wall onto the blue buff. Will be able to catch the portal out, but now that is 3 members of Lost Time dead. Ornn is just going to walk into the base. Does not care. Going to fight this Karma. They do get onto Demulon. Demulon does Q over the wall once again, but that is 3 members of Lost. 3 members of ATK in the base. They are chasing down Demulon, ensuring he's not able to get back into the base. Massive Cyclone coming out, but the Mirror drops the Curse of Sad Mummy. But that will probably be game as 3 members of ATK are on the Nexus. Demulon is the only one left, and that is going to be game 2. Well, game 3 to ATK, and the series to the boys. So now, Zypher, now you can say well played, boys. But we see that is going to be GG's for both teams. It was Lost Time looking very, very good at the moment. We'll be relegated now to the lower bracket, and we'll be able to try and continue their run and place against some of the losers that will be playing tomorrow. We'll face the loser, I believe, of the game between Genesis and Royalty. So now ATK looking good, looking like they're capable of making these comebacks. Slayer Eye looking very good on this Syndra. Ornn Jetlust should not be let on this Ornn. Ornn was also looking very deadly. Unique on this Annie, landing those flash stuns, landing those excellent ultis, catching out Demulon. But Demulon tried his best, trying to set up for his team, but it was just not enough. ATK were able to get the damage off. Slayer Eye scaled too hard. But at the end of the day, it is GG's to both teams. Very well played. And I look to see more from them in the next coming days. So I will do the prediction. Now let's get the predictions done. I don't know if there was any predictions done entirely. So that is going to be go to ATK. So ATK take the W. But the stream was a long one. So I'm going to just check if there is still a game happening. So so I'm just going to check with them. There's a game 3? I don't think so. We will have to find out. Is there a game 3? Okay, so it is now 1-1 between these two teams. When will it be played? Sorry, just going to be checking some match things. Will be soon. Yeah, I mean, if like all right, so I will be likely streaming that last game 3. So all right, so we are not just done with the stream just yet. We are going to be hopping into the next game, which is the game 3. Okay, so all right, so this is going to be between Aeon and Element of Wisdom. There was the first game that was on the stream today. That Element of Wisdom took the first game, And then Aeon played their second game in the midst of all this. So ELT won game 1. I bet 1k on them and got 20k points. Wait. What do you mean? Is it just... Oh, it's just because the ratio. You get 20%. You get 20 times if you're like the only better. So I guess GG's for that. And man made the good financial investments. So we are going to be seeing game 3 of Era Aeon versus Element of Wisdom. But while we wait for that to all be sorted, I am going to take a small break while we get those teams all sorted. But do hang around. Well, actually, don't even think I need to go on a break. I don't need to go on a break. We're right in the thick of it again. All right, cool. So we are in the thick of it now. We're just going to be waiting for the last few members to all get through. But yeah, so this is like the 5th game of League of Legends. This is so I cost us 5 games of League of Legends today. My brain is going to be so mush tomorrow. So let's do that. But thank you to everyone in chat who's been hanging around. It's been a long day. Been streaming since like 6. And we do appear to still be going quite strong. So now we're going to see who is going to be coming out on top between Era Aeon and the Element of Wisdom. Now, seems like everyone is all available. So good. Let's go and actually go. We're gonna take a look quickly on how the game went in the second game. So they did take the dub. They were able to ban out a lot of the main characters. They banned out the Ornn and the Jarv and the Sejuani. So a lot of CC there, but looks like Hello got really fed on the Xayah. And Wraith tried to play the Annie mid, but wasn't able to do much about it. So, alright. Hydrate. Alright, I need to go get more to drink. Actually, I'll be right back. Eh. They're gonna fire when ready. We are now into game 3. Seems like we've gotten spoiled today with 2 game 3s tonight. So very happy to see that. The Element of Surprise. And pops in with the hydrate. Thank you. But now, let's get rid of that. They do seem to know very clearly what their bans are. So Vi and Swain being taken away from Aeon here, while the Amumu and the Caitlyn are going to be taken away from Element. Cassio taken away from Motmotil. And then Jarvan being taken away as well. Don't want any of that hard engage. Forcing them onto a different team comp as the Ornn is going to be harbored by Blue. And it does look like that is going to be the Ornn lock-in for the top lane. And then Rakan lock-in for support along with the Kai'Sa. Seems like this is how they were able to counter this team fight. They took away the Rakan, took away the Kai'Sa. Forcing Element to play something different. Kai'Sa still being hovered. It's going to be the Kai'Sa Rakan in the bot lane. Very, very strong bot lane. My word. So now, what are we going to see? So we are going to see the Taric hover. So that is actually going to be the Taric. We don't know where that's going to go. Could be going support. Could be going jungle. I see some Koreans have been playing in the jungle. But so Rakan going on for Cappy, Kai'Sa for Hello. And it's likely we're going to be seeing the AD pick here as well. As that is going to be the Jinx. It's going to be the Jinx and the Taric bot lane going up against the Kai'Sa Rakan. The Taric looking to try and negate some of that hard engage that the Rakan Kai'Sa does have. But, gosh, it's been a long day. But I do appreciate all the hydrates. Like, this is the one time where I do appreciate it because, like, my voice is dead. As that is actually going to be the Yone pickup. So that is going to be Yone mid. Like, first time we're seeing Yone picked up from an Era team. Yone often taken away, as it is favored by both Henyo of Equinox and Sealot of Lost Time. But so far, really good engaged comp that has been put together by Era Aeon. Banning out the Orianna, don't want to give that. Then banning out Guy's Irelia. Doesn't look like he got that in the last game, so there's that. But right now, what are we gonna see from the last ban here? Likely gonna just target ban more of this like massive AoE ultis team comp that they had put together. The last ban, it is going to be the Sejuani, so they're getting rid of all these hard engaged junglers, and as well as this very good team fight based mid laners, and then Caitlyn, just because Caitlyn is naturally quite strong, and then the Cassante actually being taken away from the top lane, as that is the Maokai lock-in. That is likely going to be the Maokai jungle for Nick Wolf. Could also be flexed into the top lane for Guy, but from what I know, Guy does not play much of the Maokai, so does feel like it's going to be a jungle Maokai. Yeah. Okay. That is actually going to be the Shyvana locked in for Wraith. For Blue, sorry. If you had told me I would be streaming up until like 11, 12 o'clock at night today, I would think you're crazy. I said it's going to be the Yasuo in the mid lane, and then the Shyvana in the jungle, but from what I'm seeing, there's a lot of AD damage on the side of Element. But nothing too drastic. But at the same time, with the Malzahar in the mid lane, that is Maokai jungle. So it's actually going to be Yone top coming up for Guy. Malzahar mid lane for Mott, Mateel, Kai'Sa, and Rakan for Hello and Cappy. But while we are going to be, as much as I would love to hang around with all you the whole time, I'm going to take a small break as I just catch my breath and get ready for this game. So I will leave you for 2 minutes, and I will see you all once we load into game.
So be the first to say it. I haven't felt this good in a while. You tell me I'm the only one that they would all like, but you're the only.
Alright, everybody, I have returned. Just cleared out some chugged like 2 liters of water, had a couple of Doritos. I am living for it, living for these matches. It is, as much as I'm gonna complain that my voice is gonna be sore or any of that jazz, this is something I love all of this, like being able to broadcast all these games, and it is always a lot of fun, as that is going to be. Okay, we're just gonna wait for it to register. As we see, that is going to be probably an AP Shyvana. Kind of evens out the ability power. We see Prestige Battle Cat Jinx. Oh, never mind, we don't get to look at skins again. It's gonna be really fast with these skins, else this just takes forever. Alright, so realistically speaking, okay, manual camera is not what we're looking at, huh? Not for now, we just jump through peeps. But we do see that it's, so the Taric is going to be bot lane, not the mid lane. I need to make sure I change that. And then there's a Yasuo mid as on top.
30 seconds until minions
So
spawn.
Aeon, gonna be 3-manning bot with the Mettlestate, Cappy, and Hello. So, the Shyvana, very wary that she is likely to be checked in on, so she's not gonna walk to that Pixel Brush anytime soon. So, Mettlestate does drop the E, it does stop the back. But now, so that is X-Wraith on the Yasuo. Did play the Yasuo once before in the group stages against Kronos, me and the boys. And then we also see that it's 0 on the Ornn. So those are the two that did get through. So the Yasuo can access that backline fairly easily with the likes of the Shyvana knockup as well as the Ornn knockup. But other than that, it is all up to himself. So Mott gonna be looking just to play the aggressive poke game. Gonna just farm out the lane. Gonna deny the Yasuo. Gonna deny their mobility with the Malzahar. But Cappy on an aggressive pick is something that we never would have expected. As I know I've also forgot to do the predictions. I do apologize. But we'll just finish off this game and then we can try and we'll chat more about predictions, and we'll chat with Eric, Cappy, or any of them once we get the time. Or we'll chat to one of the member of the winning team, just to get a bit of an interview before we close out stream. Congas the W does not land. But the Kaiser Rakan is a very aggressive lane. I think Kari kind of negates a lot of that aggression. Guy, not afraid to walk up on this Yone. Yasuo is just gonna tank a couple of autos. But Guy, again, trading very well. But now, so you see Mettlestate gonna have to play very defensively, especially if the Yasuo does walk up on him early. Other than that, it does very much favor the Malzahar in terms of how safe he can play. So you see a knockout coming out from Rakan, goes with a knockout, gets in, gets out. He comes out onto Wraith there, will get rid of his shield pretty quickly. But right now Maokai is in the bot lane paired with the Shyvana. They do both have collective vision in that dry bush. Now he does land the stun. Rakan just gonna walk around the Jinx traps very easily. Another really good knock-up attempt from Cappy, but does not commit. Now Maokai is going to be walking bot, but the tri-bush is warded, so it's very unlikely he will commit anything further. The Guy actually taking the weaker side of the trades, and now he uses the E. Kind of evens him out. Nakai is spotted. And he is gonna get vision. He is gonna get vision in the jungle. Gonna try and make sure that he takes down the Shyvana while she's behind, so he doesn't form up a storm. But he's gonna be walking topside. As Yone does not have a ward, but let's do the dash there. Level 5 and 2 level 4s, but Nagai does not have anything available. Is going to look to try and flash over the wall, but will actually tank the tower. So now that will be first blood going over to Shyvana. Cappy taking a bit of damage, more damage than he would have wanted to, but Marmatil again now. Gonna have to play this very safe, at least for the early game. Physical TikTok. Also taking a bit low, but Rakan even lower, sir. Rakan able to get the Q, able to get a little bit of the heal, which is always nice. But now Maokai is going to be just invading this Shyvana. 28 CSS to 33, but now Malzahar does have the ulti available. But does not look like they're going to commit anything further. Also only peaking at level 5. Malzahar has just hit the level 6, but is going to try and just shove the wave. Shyvana now walking through her Raptors, is going to be walking down bot lane again to pick up the Krugs. Guy is now also going to be looking to trade more aggressively with this Aeon picking up the Bravo Vest early on. 33 CS, 33 CS. Kind of trying to negate that Vamp Scepter to pick up from the Yone. But now, Cappy lands the Q again. Really good Q landing there as just denying the back from the Aeon. Aeon is just trying to back here, but Yone is just not letting it happen. And Shyvana is looking bot lane. Is only level 5. Does not have the level 6 hard engage yet. So it's going to look to farm. But now is actually going to be starting the dragon, funny enough, as they do. There is no suspicion on her there. Naka is walking down, but Blue is just going to be taking this relatively quickly. Tarek is going to walk up, is going to be able to assist pretty easily. As pings, question mark pings coming out onto dragon, so they do have some form of suspicion that they're going to be moving to dragon, which is fine. As that is first dragon going to be going over to Wisdom. But Yone going to be just trying to ensure that this Aeon does not get a safe back. As pings coming out, such the Shyvana is going topside. Pink and blue buff. E comes out from Tarek, but does not get anything from it. But now Mettlestate is just gonna look to just keep farming, just keep the lane pressured, just to kind of deny the Yasuo roams. And Maokai is looking mid, but actually now Maokai is going to be picking up the Skull Crab. The Shyvana is going to be there. Is not going to take over level 6 yet, but that is a lot of damage coming out onto Wraith by Mettlestate. As the Aeon does come out onto Guy, gets ignited by the Aeon. A lot of damage coming out. And will survive by the skin of his teeth. As the Aeon does flash forward. The Yone not able to get the ulti off in time. But Wraith, also taking a lot of damage, is quite low. But Shyvana does have the ulti available. Yone just try to flash, try and get the knock up. But Maokai is there to save the day. And will help Marmatil get out. But that is 2-0 to Element. As now with the Shyvana taking over to level 6, has more of that engage potential. Can pair up with the Yasuo. And right now, picking up the dragon, picks up the Rift Herald as well. As it's almost a steal from by the little sapling. But nothing much more coming from that. But yo, what did I miss? Alright, so let me keep you updated, Grok. So 80k came back. Though it changed from 9. Yes, so 80k, so after last time won their first game, 80k won game 2 and game 3 to take the series against Lost Time. And now we are in game 3 of Aeon versus Elemental Wisdom. The Elemental Wisdom. because they were able to take a game off them previously, so just seeing how this goes, really. But Wraith on the Yasuo has already burned the flash to try and get a knock up, but will not get one. But there are a lot of pings coming out bot side, particularly from the Shyvana, who is now going to make him in their way bot lane. Tariq E does not land. Shyvana will not be able to walk up, but that Yone is trading exceptionally well with this Ornn. Oh, I lie. That's a complete lie. That is an absolute lie. It's the other way around. Tariq looks for the flash stun, does not land the flash stun. The Rakan does have the W, will walk out. Kaiser does have the E available, will have the ulti. Makai does drop the Nature's Grasp. That is very low. That is a lot of beeps as the Tariq ulti does come out. Not taking a lot of damage. Rakan does land the knockup, but Mystical TikTok isn't a lot of danger, as that is going to be the final auto attack coming out from Amalo, taking him down. But the Mega 2 Mega Death Rocket will take down Rakan. As now Blue just going to help Rocco try and shove that wave. But now Yone is gonna possibly go mid. No, Malzahar is gonna go return back mid. Try and push that wave. So it is the Kaiser picking up the kill onto the Tariq, but then Jink getting the return kill onto the Rakan. So it is just support for AD carry trade outs, but Aeon very happy to take those. As now the Yasuo is falling very barbided TS, sitting about 15, about 20 CS behind now of this Malzahar. But the Malzahar does bomb generally quite well. So Zero holding the wave. But the trade just not going in Guy's favor. Ornn just absolutely annihilating all these trades. Alright, but now I think Ornn can hold his way pretty easily. But also I would definitely say that once this Yone picks up Bork, it might be a little bit easier for him, but right now Ornn just absolutely destroys this Yone in trades. Now with 3 members bot, Dragon is available. Yone does not have TP, has Ignite. Malzahar, 4 members of Aeon are there. It is the Tariq, does land the quickness onto the Tariq. Tariq does not have the ulti available, does not land the stun either. As the Shyvana does drop the ulti, that is an ulti coming out from the outside as well, but the Kaiser uses the instinct to get out. Yone does make his way down, does drop the ulti, does get the fate sealed. And that is going to be a double kill for Yone. Single kill going to Malzahar, and now that is a free dragon going over to Aeon. Very well-timed roam coming out from Guy. Does unfortunately sacrifice, doesn't sacrifice as much as he does, as Malzahar will TP to pick up that wave. Will deny that Ornn a lot of his gold that he wanted to get. Yone pushes in mid, CS evens out, and I think that puts Aeon in the lead by 1,000 gold. The Demonic Embrace is picked up by the Maokai. Bork is like, as Ornn getting solo killed here. Flash coming out from Momtil. Really good flash. Ghost coming out from the Ornn now. Malzahar just trying to do his best. Does silence the Ornn. But is this going to be a 1v1? It's going to be the solo bolo coming out from Momtil onto Zero. Zero burns the Ghost. And is unable to take down Malzahar. 2-0-2. Does still pick up the full Leandries. And it's likely that that guy will have the Bork in base. As Yasuo could look for a fight there, but does get sidestepped as there's a bit of a spinny angle as the 2 spinny brothers spin on each other.
Turret plating will soon fall.
Spinny brothers spin for life. But now, Guy taking little too many tower shots. They would have liked Yasuo landing the ultimate as well. Fate Seal is not available, but Guy having thrown the flash over does get over the wall. But that will be a shutdown going to the Yasuo there. Because there is a flash ignite coming up from him, but Yone does pick up the blade of the Rune King. Rakan does get caught out. W does not land, does walk into the Jinx trap. The quickness comes out as well, able to make the quick escape to the Kai'Sa. No problems there. But little bit of an interesting trade coming out from Guy here. But we do get a lot of pings to clear wards, clear vision. Now with Shyvana spotted top side, Maokai being the top side as well. Gonna be trying to take as much of the jungle as possible. It's got 20 CS down, but does not look like. Alright, so that is B. Camera is all over the place. But that does seem like Nick Wolf is going to be picking up that jungle really easily. Rakan does get caught out, does hit the knockup, does avoid the stun very easily. No questions asked. Blue is doing the Raptors. Well, Maokai and Malzahar do pick up the Rift Herald very easy. But Maokai is going to try and put that mid. And now Malzahar seems to find his permanent home in the top lane. While Yone is very happy to stay in the mid. Until able just to keep farming. The Ornn did not opt for the Aftershock, rather opted for the Spell Book. But we see the Rift Herald is going to be used in the mid lane. And that will be a tower, that will be the tower down and first turret for Aeon here. Giving them about a little bit extra gold. Cappy now gonna very happily walk up to that control knowing that Nick Wolf is there. Nature's Grasp is available. Yone is there as well. That is a lot of members of Aeon bot lane. Rift Herald is not up. But now we see the Ornn actually looks for the TP. Ornn does summon the Ornn Horn. Does get the knockup onto the Maokai, but nothing will have. Does land the knockup as well. Ornn going very ham. Rakan getting the knockup as well. So we do see the Shyvana going in. Massive fate sealed from Guy on the Yone, but does get stunned out. And will get taken down by the Shyvana. As they do try and continue the chase. Maokai will walk away. Nature's Grasp getting blocked by the wind wall. But Malzahar is now very happily pushing out that top lane. Getting that little bit, getting more and more gold. Getting in for his team. Now with the dragon spawning, the Maokai will be there. They're both teams looking for some possible resets. Rakan does not have any mana. There is no ulti for Taric. And there is no ulti for the Rakan. So very little engagement. Nature's Grasp is also not available. So, gonna look for some quick resets there. But that is Dragon in 30 seconds. So Maokai is gonna prioritize that and get the vision. We'll pick up the Scuttle as well. And now Ornn in the mid lane. Gonna be farming up Yone. His long lost rival who he hasn't fought in 20 minutes. Well, in 7 minutes. Does land the knockup fairly consistently. But now Maokai invading. But do know Mateel and Guy are there, so the Ornn really can't walk up and contest. As that is going to be a smite actually coming from the Ornn. Then Yasuo is top side. They do know the Yasuo is top. They do know Jinx has gone bot. They see the Ornn. They know the Shyvana is top as well. So that is going to be the second dragon picked up by Aeon here. Very good call coming out from them. As they do want to look for a fight, they do see that they do want to pass the bot lane. Kai'Sa is just going to walk up, going to go for the autos. Rakan does have the quickness available, does land the knockup, does avoid the stun. The cleanse coming out from Baraka, but does not cleanse the right ability. As then the Nature's Grasp does land as well, and that is going to be a double kill for Aeon here. But now Guy having to deal with two members top lane. Fate Seal coming out onto Blue. Blue tanking tower. That is not what you want to see happening. As it is a bit too much aggression from Shyvana now. As Kai'Sa and Rakan and the Maokai will be able to push out this bot tower relatively easily. Shyvana is dead. They know the Ornn is mid. They know the Yasuo is top. So it is relatively free for them. But sorry guys, always a weird time. As Yone goes in for the heavy trade. Ornn doing a lot of damage. Yone almost getting a solo kill. Wind wall coming out from Yasuo. But it looks like Yasuo will get a bit of assistance. Ornn Horn does not work. Does get the flash from Yone, but then there's a flash again from Zero. As Momatil has made his way top lane. Does drop the E, has the Rylai's, has the Leandries. And Ornn is taking a lot of damage. As the Yone will get the assist. And Momatil picking up another kill, being on a rampage on this Malzahar. 4-0-4. Yone 5-4-2, able to do a lot of damage now with the Bork pickup. But now Aeon seems to be taking this, running away with this game. 3,000 gold lead for them. And with the Baron now spawning in 30 seconds, they are in a perfect position and primed to try and contest this. Ornn is not going to be up for another 7 seconds, but does have the TP available. So there are pings to go in on the Kai'Sa because the Kai'Sa was alone. And you do see an ulti coming out from the Shyvana, but the Yone Fate Sealed lands as well. Yone gets over the wall, surviving the rune. Maokai does with the Nature's Grasp. That is two very low health bars. Taric ult will not last long enough. And Umhalo is now on a killing spree along with the Yone picking up their 6th kill. Malzahar does TP in, does land the E. Does drop the Nether Grasp. And that is a very, very dead Jinx. As Aeon will continue to push this mid lane. Their gold lead is now 5,000 gold. Pushing 6,000. As they look for the engage, you land the engage onto that Yasuo, taking a lot of damage. Able to get the knockup onto Guy. But the Ornn will take down the Malzahar, who is a bit out of position. But the Yasuo getting behind in the back line. But still able to do enough. The Ornn Horn is summoned. Does hit the Yone. But Zero will not continue further. As that is a relatively free Baron setup with the Yasuo dead and Malzahar dead. They can do pretty easily. But now we see pings. They don't want to do the Baron. They're going to clear out some vision rather. As they know Ornn doesn't have ulti, but they also know Taric doesn't have ulti. These are some big crucial ultimates that are not available to Element right now. As they want to maybe look to begin the Baron. Now, with Aeon having to take some of these resets, it does look like there are going to be Baron pings coming out. So Blue and Zero are going to begin the Baron. It might be a little bit slow, but it's dropping to about 7,000, 8,000. They are not going to get there in time, as that is going to be the Baron pickup for them. Unfortunately, with there needing to be a reset, Maokai does drop the Nether Grasp. We'll try and see if he can stop any of the backs. Malzahar is going to try and do some damage now. Drops the E onto the Ornn. Now these guys need to be, Element need to be running for their lives here. As multiple members of Aeon have made their way. The Fate Seal comes out into Zero. They're taking a lot of damage. But now Mystical, TikTok, and Taric are desperately trying to fight this out. But a lot of damage here from the Shyvana. But now is backed up by this Yone and the Maokai. Flash is coming out. Nick Wolf takes down Mystical TikTok. Umhalo is fighting this Yasuo. Yasuo does have the ulti, but is playing around the wind wall relatively well. Yasuo does have the last whisper, or last breath, but will be taken out by Guy, who is now unstoppable on this Yone. Has 2 full items. Bit of an outtrade of the Baron, as that is going to be a fight between the Maokai and the Shyvana. Shyvana dropping low. Will he tick over with the demonic? Yes. So that will be a kill going over to the Maokai, who will take down Shyvana. That is now a full 5,000 gold lead for Aeon right now. They are setting up for this next dragon. Kai'Sa is already there. While the rest of Element, they can't really do too much about it. So Umhalo chilling on this dragon. Cappy also going to be chilling on this dragon. Not going to be contested. There is no jungler available. And that will be the 3rd dragon going over to Aeon, as they are 1 dragon away from soul points. Ione does feel like he wanted to end for that tower. The Ornn Horn is summoned, does get the knockup. Zero does look like he could go for a fight, does get the flash. Fate Seal gets over the wall. So Zero will not be able to take that fight with Guy, as Guy gets out. But that is no Ornn flash, that is a flash trader for the Yone ulti. Now, with there not being any objectives up for at least another 4 minutes, it just gives enough time for both teams just to farm it up. Jinx going to be picking up the red buff. Jinx also does have the QSS for the Malzahar, but the Yone does hop over the wall. Does a lot of damage to Mystical TikTok as the seal is broken, and Yone doesn't get the kill. Kai'Sa takes the last hit there. Malzahar just drops silence over the wall. But now Aeon looking very, very comfortable right now. Now going to be pushing into the mid lane tower. Shyvana does drop an ulti on to try and land the knockup. But Malzahar does have is quite strong as well as the Maokai. A lot of tick damage available to them. A good side set coming out from Nick Wolf. As now 3 members still want to continue their assault on the mid lane. Do want to push this out. They are going to try and get that top tower. If we take a look at the vision available. So we're going to take a look at the vision. So blue side, they have very minimal vision. They have 1 ward maybe in their blue jungle. They do know the Yone is bot. They got 2 wards in their lower jungle. But in terms of the other way around, now that Nature's Grass does come out, does land onto 2 members there. Tarek does burn the ulti. But the tower is no longer there to save them. As the Ornhorn is now summoned. Mystical TikTok does flash E, but the Ornhorn does not land on the Kha'Zix. A massive 2-man ulti coming out from the Yasuo. And we see that is a very... The Yasuo getting on the backline relatively easily, but now... Bit of a misplay as that Tarek Ornn ulti combo doing so much work. Keeping those members of Element alive. Giving the Yasuo enough time to land onto that backline. And now picked up 2 kills in that fight. Now Shyvana, Tarek, and the Jinx will be pushing mid. Maokai does just drop the Q. Doesn't have the Nether's Cross to kind of defend this, but we'll kind of just poke this out. As full AP Shyvana can be quite tanky, but does not have all the dragons available, so not nearly as tanky as they would want to be. The guy wanted the red buff. And he will get it. But now blue is going to just keep trying to keep farming, keep trying to have this dragon form up. Try and get those knockups for the Yasuo. Trying to get that Yasuo into that back line. But now this Yone is quite strong. Is about halfway to Infinity Age. Almost 3 items.
Rest easy.
That is now 3-item Malzahar with the Demonic Embrace, Leandries, and the Rylai's. Synergize very well with one another. As the Kaiser also 5-1, full Kraken Slayer, Phantom Dancer, and halfway to the Labori Quick Blade. Rakan picking up the Radiant Virtue and now is looking to build the Chemtech Putrefier. Wants to pick up that anti-heal, wants to pick up just a little bit of AP just so he can proc his Q a lot easier. Nick Wolf is called between a rock and a hard place, but does that at 3 saplings. Ornhorn is called, but that is going to be a big knockup onto him there. But Yone got in the back line, took down Tarek, so that is going to be a 1-for-1. Tarek for the Maokai, but Kaisa is just in the mid lane taking the tower. Malzahar is also in the mid lane taking the bot lane tower. So this looks like it's working very well for Aeon. They look for a big commit there. Zero is now fighting Cappy and Guy. Guy is 2 items. Yasuo does not have the ulti. The 2-man death rocket is dodged. So we see Yone is going to keep going. Does not have the fate sealed, but that is an inhib taken down bot lane for Aeon here. And now with that last dragon spawning in 15 seconds, it does look like it is going to be going to Aeon as well. They are going to pick up the soul here, but actually no, they look for a bait. They wait a couple of seconds and now they're going to be moving over to the dragon. Kaisa will be doing the dragon, but looks like they blue wants to try and convince his team to pick up the Baron, as Yone will be just walking into the base. Does not care, as that is now Zero and Mystical making their way into the base. That is 2 members not looking for the Baron. Kaisa will pick up that dragon relatively quickly. Should get it relatively soon, as Yone is just cutting it out. Does have the... Now they do have the Cloud Drake buff. Yone does get the dash over the wall. The fate has been sealed. Yone picks up a single kill there. Yasuo not able to pick it up, but that is a massive knockup from Eric Cappy onto multiple members. The Jinx is suppressed. Kaisa does get the kill on the backline. That is a double kill for Motmatil. And Don't worry, Nino. I didn't. The predictions weren't there. I didn't get to do the predictions. It's just been a very long evening. But we do see they are going to be acing the element of wisdom. This is going to be the two-win comeback for Aeon to take down wisdom and move on to the semi-finals of the Open Division.
A summoner has disconnected.
Alright, so that is now GG's to Aeon. They will take down Elements of Wisdom. They will progress to semi-finals. Very, very good play from them. The Yone doing mad amounts of work despite having a bit of a rough early game. And 29,000 damage, my goodness gracious. But I do think Aeon were able to take apart the team comp which Elements put together, use it against them, play to their own strengths, play to the hard engage, and I think very well deserved for the Aeon boys. Making a comeback, keeping the mental strong, very proud of all of them. And yeah, but GG's to Elements of Wisdom, putting up an excellent performance in the first game and in this game. Did not get to catch the second game, but I do not doubt that they put up a good fight there as well. So this late stream does come to an end. So from me at the casting desk, thank you to everyone who hung around for all these games. It was very chaotic, a lot of League of Legends. But thank you all so much for watching. I hope you all enjoy the rest of your evenings, even though there's not much of the evening left. It's 20 minutes until the next day. So all of you sleep well and don't enter ranked games tomorrow. But it's always a pleasure, Nino. I'm more than happy to stream all these games. We'll have a game tomorrow with Genesis up against Royalty. Not sure about any of the open div games, but I will be sure to find out and keep you guys updated via my Twitter as well as all my other social platforms. This game will also be going up onto my YouTube. This is a 5-hour VOD, but for anyone that wants to catch up the game or if they wanted to watch how the Lost Time games went or Aeon games or whatnot, be sure to catch it there. So good night, everybody. Sleep well, and I'll chat to you tomorrow.